Hello, everybody, and welcome to the 15th World Esports Championship presented by IESF, where Yash has become the global capital of esports. It's been an amazing week plus of competition across a variety of titles, but the last 2 days and the next day are all about Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We kicked off the action yesterday with group stages that led into our playoffs, started the upper bracket of our playoffs, and had some pretty big upsets. Mongolia falls to the lower bracket, where they will now face Kazakhstan here in a win-or-go-home matchup. It's going to be one heck of a game, and guess what? We have a great competition ahead of us. The entire MLBB competition has been great so far, and guess what? Speaking of great, we got two great casters, two of the best in Mobile Legends to call the action, so it is my honor to introduce today for the very first time none other than Naisu and OSX. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Great to have you on stage with us. Fallout here again. Yes, I'm Naisu, joined here with OSX to bring you the action once again for MLBB day number 2 of the playoffs. Yesterday was jam-packed. Today is even more packed, right? We've got 5 series, and you heard it right on the stage. We're starting off with some of the lower bracket matches, so someone is going home here today.
Yep, a lot of wild matches today. We are looking at 5 series to happen. We're going to start from the lower bracket. These are the teams that was eliminated yesterday. So a lot of things that they can actually recover, take some now from the lessons yesterday, and put something through with new metas that they can do for their games.
We talked about yesterday how they had, that second life. Well, now that's gone, right? And so we've
one more chance.
We have this lower bracket that we really have to focus on, and I feel like even the first match today, just how it started yesterday. We talked about the whole storyline there. This time, though, for day number 2, it's kind of a dark horse versus dark horse story, right? They were their own dark horses of the tournament in their own respective journeys here to this point of the stage, and now once again, it's anybody's game, right? The fact is, there is a lot of, I feel like fans online, especially for both these two teams, especially with what Kazakhstan has accomplished, from the group stages and everything else. Of course, Mongolia, like we got to see even back in the Asian Championships.
Yep.
So altogether, it's all going to unfold here. Not to mention, later on today, we also have a very looked-after rematch in a way, right? 2 powerhouse countries, of course, the Philippines and Indonesia going at it later.
One more time.
I feel like that just keeps happening, because those two countries alone always battling it out. But like we said, this first matchup is crucial here.
It's the rivalry that we've seen from the global tournaments that has developed from Philippines to Indonesia. But today we're talking about 2 teams that nice to mention that from even myself, I call it the poison of this tournament, because in our way of looking at this competition, some of the teams or some countries we did not expect to actually rise to the occasion. We've seen the Kazakhstan team actually have a way of getting a clutch throughout their matches from the group stage to the playoff stage, and as well as Mongolia, one of the defeated teams. Undefeated rather from the group stages. Now they had their first defeat yesterday, but Philippines right now remains undefeated as of this moment. But for the one life that we're trying to look upon here for the lower bracket this is the go big or go home stage for these 4 teams.
Yeah, again, it's down to this, right? Day 2 is packed for a reason, because you obviously have to have these winners. You're going to have losers that have to step out of the tournament, step out of contention here, right? And we all know at this point, especially day 2, at this point, it gets a lot more intense. I feel like, especially with the teams going head-to-head here. Not only that, but just yesterday alone, we had how many surprises, right? Not just from team to team, but also in the draft alone. I can't wait to see what today unfolds for us, but we are going to go ahead and throw it back over to the main stage with John for Fallout there to give us a warm welcome to these first teams battling it out today.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And guess what? Ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, make some noise, get excited here as we get ready for our first matchup, because it's time for our matchup of the morning. Lower bracket, go big or go home scenario for 2 dominant teams in MLBB. Introducing first the team that will be playing to my right, losing just yesterday 2-1. It's Kazakhstan! And next, the team that went undefeated in the group stage, as OSX mentioned, but took a loss yesterday to everyone's surprise, a powerhouse squad. It's Mongolia! Make some noise, everybody in the crowd, as we get ready for this marquee matchup. Good luck to both squads. I want to get a few words from Zan here of Kazakhstan, though, as we kick things off. Zan, if you could join me over here. Yesterday, you guys took a 2-1 defeat to Saudi Arabia. What happened in that matchup?
So, I don't know what happened exactly. The players know all details, but after this loss, we made a small reload. We discussed all things and about today's match. We know our opponent. We understand their strength. We show respect to them, and we are ready to fight with them.
Love it. I respect the respect shown. A team that deserves your respect. They went 3-0 in group stages. But what's your mentality like? It's win or go home. If you lose, you're eliminated from this tournament. How are the players feeling today?
So we have nothing to lose. We understand that we have fans there, and also in our country. They just giving us a lot of motivation. We know that the losers of this match goes home, but we must prevent our going home.
I love it. Must prevent it and must prevail. Well, hey, if you guys can shake hands, dap it up, feel free, and get ready for this next matchup. I'm going to go ahead and throw it back to OSX Naisu at the desk. Everyone make some noise as we get ready for this matchup here. OSX Naisu, back to you.
Thank you so much. Great to hear there from Zan, right? And also, yeah, it is the do-or-die match, and they're prepared, right? I feel like a lot of these teams here obviously know their opponents up to this point very well. They're prepared, but at the end of the day, how do they execute it within the game, right? That's the biggest thing. And, you know, OSX, we contemplated so much of the different metas that have been forming, not just here in ISF, around the world, different tournaments going on. But I feel like, again, we've established ourselves in a pretty good area, right, for the most part. Now, if there's anything about these two teams, I would say, is some of the very reminiscent of Brazil, what I was saying the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Vibrant, when they come to the draft, when they decide to go with certain strategies, they like to test the waters a little bit, right?
Yeah.
But let's go ahead, again, let's introduce Mongolia here for day number 2.
For the old lane, we have Bebex. Jungle lane, we have Sora. XP, we have Aizen. We have for the mid lane, we have Forbid. We have Ethan for the roaming lane. You've mentioned about Vibrant. We've seen Guinevere picks up yesterday, and also the Florian that has been banned from most of the times right here in Yash 2023. So we're going with the same lineup for Team Mongolia, and I love what they're going through with that interview. It's all about the mental recovery, the reset, as Kazakhstan said, the reload that they have to do to make this chance work in order to proceed to the next stage of the lower brackets.
And again, I think the biggest thing about this lineup alone is just there's a lot of these expectations for certain roles within the lineup, but really once the synergy is obviously there from the team, you know, from start to finish, or even if they're down, we've seen this squad really turn things around based off synergy alone, right? But unfortunately, it didn't work out in their favor yesterday. So hopefully, again, they've had time to just kind of recoup, recalibrate, and approach this matchup with what people are used to seeing, you know, and the same can be said across the board. It's also just nice to hear, right, for a team like Kazakhstan, again, there's parts of the world that have been growing and growing for MLBB, right, and rising through the ranks, and I feel like it's great to see a team such as Kazakhstan get these fans globally, because a lot of people, man, especially from the group stages, were talking about them specifically and how they performed throughout the group stages. The fact that you have some of these amazing players going against some of the best in the world and actually taking games from them as well, right? And winning some of those games too, right? Remember, they were the ones that sent the USA out back in the group stages, right? So amazing thing. Let's take a look at the lineup here once again for Kazakhstan. We've got Red in the gold lane, Kinesis in the jungle, just an absolute madman. Kazakh here in the XP lane, Kashi in the mid, and Alim in the roam. Now, biggest thing too, we've actually seen these interchange, right? Alim did play some gold lane yesterday. He had a little bit of struggles. We'll see, right? How they kind of situate here today.
They're versatile in
versatile,
terms of roles, right? So you've mentioned about the impact from Kazakhstan, and from their history back in the Asian Oceanic qualifiers back in Riyadh, both of these two teams actually had a way of surprising.
They did, yeah.
Mostly of the strong teams right into the competition. And yesterday, Kazakhstan was the only team who created the tiebreaker match from the first day of the playoffs. So there's no surprise from their recovery right now. They have this way of getting through of, okay, it's like go big or go home, but we got nothing to lose. And they could take it as a way of moving forward, of making this a passion to go with the challenges.
I think going back from what we learned yesterday, just in the first day of the playoffs, where a lot of things were kind of unfolded anyway, is number one, how do you keep your gold lane to have that gold lane experience, right, for the most part, which is
the gold lane summer experience.
Yeah, and it feels like
true.
summer here, right? But the point is both the gold laners for both these teams have the capability of doing that with the team setups that they have and the way they kind of play around that. But more often than not, I would say if you're matching up Bebex and Aleem, or if it is red in the gold lane, we'll have to see. Bebex oftentimes performs very well, like consistently, I guess you could say, consistently.
Yep.
He's able to do that, and that's, I think, one of the big difference factors here, or at least the work that needs to be done from Kazakhstan, is allow your gold lane to get to that point where you are outperforming, if not outcompeting, against Bebex.
Yeah, speaking of the gold lane summer experience, this is like how you can actually be in your lane by not being disturbed. Yesterday, we've seen these two teams use the Brody. We have seen the Melissa first time, but it wasn't a good Melissa game back in the first series. But in the last series of yesterday, it was a way of like having retribution for this hero. But for this time around, they have similarities of pulling off this kind of draft. So most of them has this, capability of utilizing or capitalizing more on the AoE team fights. We rarely see Eve on the few matches yesterday, and it gives so much impact to team fights. And now we head into the draft. Let's see how this goes. What is the priority here of Kazakhstan? Because a lot of things yesterday could have changed right now if we want to have a chance to proceed for the next stage.
Well, I like it, right? Jumping into this draft here, we're going to see some of these first bans come through. I don't expect too much variation in the first phase anyway, OSX, because of the fact that, again, these are just common heroes that are typically taken out so far here in IASF.
Yep.
Kadita we saw slip through like, once or twice yesterday, and it was quite devastating.
Yeah, used by Arcangel as well for Philippines, and it was deadly.
It was.
Franco and Akarata, you don't want to in your composition, especially if you want the ganks right onto your lane, right? It's just so a massive disturbance for the first minute to 5.
So what I'm thinking is still priority here once we get through these next couple bans is still the Fredrin, right? One of the, if not, I think still statistically the highest picked hero, not just here, but like everywhere around the world, right? One of the heroes that just constantly fits any team composition, team role for the most part. And it would be great too if we actually see one of these teams decide to ban it, so it forces another option in the jungle. But right now, Mongolia goes ahead and takes out the Angela for now. They just don't want to deal with that. And it's funny, too, because Angela still, as great as that hero can be, as great as having the Heart Guard can be, sometimes it's just not enough, right? But maybe it's more so, hey, we don't want to deal with that sustainability. We don't want to deal with the possibility of an Angeline combination, because that is a very, I would say, one of the top combination of heroes that has that snowball potential out of this roof, basically.
Since we're talking about the good pairings for a jungle heroes such as the Angela, let's look at how Kazakhstan is prioritizing their picks yesterday. It's mostly either the mage that goes first or their jungler pick. They have a favorite pick, which is the Martis or the Fred or the just two heroes basically.
Martis or Fred.
Martis or Fred. So they ban out the Lance, they ban out the Fanny, as well as the Joy. If Mongolia doesn't secure a spot here to ban out the Eve, might as well Kazakhstan would take it on the first one. Either they gambit with the Eve or just their utility jungler.
I think either way, you're setting yourself up for success, right? Because when it really comes to the priority picks, like you have so many options, right? Whether you want to utilize the options in the jungle, whether it's, hell, even if it's the Valentina, right? Which we've seen so many times pop up, even in the first pick. Now, some of the weird stuff that happened yesterday was Paquito first picked. I don't think that's going to happen here.
Either
so
Fred
is open.
Fred or Eve.
That's Novaria, by the way.
Novaria.
So, side note, that is not an R-Lot. This was happening yesterday, too. It kind of threw us off a little bit. I know, some of the viewers online as well. That R-Lot frame there, is Novaria. We hear the audio. So that is going to be Novaria locked in. The response on the other side is exactly who we were kind of expecting. Valentina Fredrin comes through. Okay.
As expected, they took the Novaria. That's good. So this could be the roam. This is a different route that we're seeing for Kazakhstan because either they go for the Fredrin or they go for the jungler, but they go for the roam instead. But this is a good two picks. You've mentioned about the sustain, the anti-sustain heroes that can actually be beneficial in team fights. You pair it with the Eve, it has a good amount of AoE and burst, and paired it with the Baksha, which is so essential yesterday. We've seen Saudi Arabia use it. Now, most of the teams are using this hero to actually aid with their team fights. If you're up against the Fredrin, you don't want that top be a disturbance right into team fights, especially with the objective takes.
Okay, and I like that Baksha is still getting picked up here. Still one of those heroes that I feel like, serves a purpose. Most of it, at least from what we've seen, is it works really well going for those gold lanes. This is where we were talking about yesterday constantly about the gold lane experience, getting to the point where you need to be online for your team. Now, Baksha he adds this dynamic to it. Yes, the passive is great. Yes, his tankiness is great as well, mobility and everything else. But it really puts pressure, from other angles towards that gold lane. And I think the great response from Mongolia was Irithil, because she's one of those gold laners, one of those marksmen that really obviously is built into mobility and just the way that her kit works, especially with the emblems, right?
Yeah, speaking of kit, man,
really well.
If you're up against an Eve, you might as well escape that chessboard or even the sandpit that we call once the real world manipulation is set down, and you're up against a Baksha, just pulls you down with his own ultimate. So this is one way of securing yourself by just using the Irithil, which is actually a team or a player favorite right here in Yash. So you can't go wrong with that. So a good respect, though, with the Turizla. We know how Aizen plays this hero so well. He's a madman. He's a beast with this kind of hero. So with the respect as well for the Brody, because again, we've talked about the gold lane comparisons back in the draft. So they respect the hell out of the Brody, and they're putting down more of the choices to actually either use the Claude they're just letting the Claw go for Kazakhstan.
Again, based off just how yesterday went, I think you're comfortable doing that. If you are Mongolia here, you let it slip through. Never mind, they decide to ban it.
There you go. Good ban, though.
So they decide to ban two marksman options here.
That's good.
But that just makes me think, left open, especially since you have an Irithel cross for you, do you really want to go for a more of a classic marksman pick like the Beatrix, or do you actually want to opt for who we haven't seen yet in the playoffs from yesterday? Maybe the Bruno, right? Bruno is actually, his performance overall has been pretty good, especially with the new item, right? The new item, or maybe even opt for a Clint, right? That might be your options for the gold lane here for Kazakhstan. Their last ban is going to be Hayabusa here. Interesting that they decide to ban that out. So that means they're not exactly 100% sure, right? Is the Fredrin going in the jungle? Surprising that they decided to ban out the Hayabusa.
Either way, it's good. They're probably just securing the back line. It's mostly Eve and Baksha having to pair with those slows once the fight gets started. And also, Yuzong wasn't even banned yet. They either go for Hayabusa because it's so hard to catch Hayabusa once he initiates with the Udi shadow kill. And how do you even think of getting a good catch if you're just a Baksha? Either they paired with another one with a great pull, but Mongolia decides to take Faramis first. And it's a way of having a good sustain for your marksman as well.
This is a throwback.
Yeah, throwback for a classic lineup.
I mean, the throwback alone here between the Faramis and Valentina. Remember when that combination was rising through the ranks? Yeah. And people constantly, it was either, what we saw before was either Valentina priority and then the Faramis with the answer. Then there's teams that, yes, they decide to draft both, and it can work really well, right? But at the same time, it can falter. Looking at this, the marksman pick for Kazakhstan is going to be the Beatrix, like we said.
Though.
I just feel like Beatrix is probably like the Fredrin of marksman, right? It's a safe option. You have a ton of different, literally, guns for different situations. And like you mentioned earlier, OSX, the Yuzong comes to play for the XP lane.
Yeah, they decided to go for the Hayabusa. Yuzong is much a better way to zone out the members right now of Mongolia, considering that there's an Irithel or even a Faramis. There's a lot of dash, there's a lot of evade from the composition of Mongolia right now, and to secure that path for their Beatrix and also pair with an Eve with their ultimate combo that can be devastating when you hit 5th or 8th minute. It's just one thing securing your own damage. But hello, Ling finally pops up, and Mongolia uses it for the first time in the playoffs.
I love that it went that way. So Kazakhstan did a great job, right? The question for some people was, why the Hayabusa ban? Well, Fredrin is actually going in the XP lane here, right? So that's one of the great things about flexibility for these heroes is you're not 100% sure where they go, so they just wanted to cover their bases. They go ahead, take out the Hayabusa. Fredrin parked in the XP lane. Ling, on the other hand, right, in the jungle, that is, once again, very similar to a Fanny, right? It's high risk, high reward. You have to be able to secure your purple buffs. You have to be able to secure your early jungle rotations if you really want to shine here on this lane.
Speaking of shining, you have Faramis with you have Ling with you, so with the roam, with this kind of responsibility, you need to have more vision this time.
Well, we're going to have to see if they're able to pull it off here. And in just a bit, we'll be jumping into the land of dawn. We can hear it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the do-or-die match, the best of 3 between the Kazakhstan and Mongolia. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament here.
Yeah, you've mentioned about the high-risk, high-reward play because of you being a Ling, you need to have that purple secured most of the times that your objective shows up. We're looking at now Ethan moving towards the mid lane and having control over the river. It's a bigger way of an impact for the Ling to have more recon on where the teams or players are coming from Kazakhstan. But if you're up against Baksha, well, now he's on level 3 compared to Cesar now is on level 2. On damage, on early game, Abaksha is much more durable in as way as having more sustain and can coordinate with the folks like this. Void Crystal. Oh, he forced a flicker out of Ethan as well.
Already early on. Oh, gonna go in for the Astral Recall too. Not gonna be able to land it, but still great pressure. You know, this early on, able to get something out. Yeah, it didn't convert into a kill, but you at least got the flicker down from Ethan. That's gonna help him too. And even looking, you know, as we take a second here, looking at the emblem setups from what everyone go. Oh, Kashi's in trouble.
Oh, he's forced out one member out to respond here for Mongolia. Now Bebex is trying to get it for the free hits, but now he pushed out Kinesis out of that distance. Now first point goes to Mongolia. 25 seconds for the first objective, and this is just gaining control of the early game, especially in the river.
This is how we expect both these teams to play, right? Just full on against each other this early on. And mind you, that first blood kill also went over in the hands of ZXORA, right? That's already probably the best start you can have on one of those high-risk, high-reward heroes. And this Ling should be able to scale up really well. This also allows you to have a better start and at least a little more confidence with the first objective takes. But you can see Kinesis, he has performed so well through the group stages up to here. He's going to go ahead and start it up.
There's the XP lane coming from Mongolia. The eyes right onto the turtle. Who's going to first objective? It's going to be Cesora taking the first one. Now on to the fight. We have a skirmish breaking out here. Tempest Blaze being used. What's going to be the first target here for Kazakhstan is going to be Kashi. Followed on the hands of Cesara. Now with a follow-up here, Zora's fall down with a trade. Red takes another kill, but Ice is not letting go of Kinesis. With the slow, aiding him with a kill. Forbid takes Kinesis down. A trade of 2-2. Now 3 points on to Mongolia and 2 points for Kazakhstan. Coming out from the first objective fight.
Scrappy already, right? Game number 1 here. That's exactly what you off-camera kill to another kill going in the hands here for Kazakhstan. This one, and we saw this yesterday too, when Yuzhong gets beefed up these early kills, it's going to be great. Look at that perfect dragon form, utilizing that Petrify as well earlier on, able to grab himself a kill, and he's going to continue to stack up. We've seen Kazakh play before, and it's troublesome. Usually he's on the Lapu Lapu, right? That's, I feel like, one of his signature heroes. Was that stolen? I think he was able to secure it. ZXORA did. But this is going to continue on. I feel like the slugfest between these two teams, right? But when it comes to those neutral objectives, biggest thing Kazakhstan has to watch out for is the fact that you have Ethan on this Faramis. He's got the Eternal Realm ultimate ability, and then at the same time Forbid can just choose what he wants, right, from Kazakhstan. Whether that's the most likely the real world manipulation, but he might even see him take the dragon form for initiation if he decides to do that. That's what's so great about having a Valentina here.
You have a lot of ultimates to be taken out of Kazakhstan, also forcing them to use resources such as this. Void Crystal now being connected, Arsenal being placed upon Bebex. He falls down in hands of Kinesis. Ethan, look at that. Use the Nether Realm right away to regen and nobody's going down with a follow-up from Kazakhstan attack. Bebex falls down, Alim pushing down with the outer turret energy shields out of Mongolia's defenses.
Great pickups here. Also going to result in them taking. Wow. How did Ethan just take the turtle? That was a well-timed just on his part, but the retribution was off on Kinesis there. You know, he didn't have it, so unfortunately they lose it.
Wow.
And you know, they lose the second turtle now over in the hands of Mongolia. So, you know, you don't need, I guess, don't need a jungler right there for Mongolia.
Just having the game sense and precision of damage. Alim gonna fall down from Aizen, a 3-man engage just right down bottom, and they're not letting go. Force out the flick out of Kashi, being in the trouble zone here for Mongolia. Kinesis just is offering himself for the 3, but he's still sustaining all the damage. So tanky as well, coming from Kazakhstan, but here comes the reinforced backfire, and now Mongolia falls back in their own defenses.
That's just unreal. Like, Kinesis has leg plates and a couple, you know, a little bit of extra armor there too. And I get, you know, how the ultimate also helps him be a little more tanky. He's got the tank emblems, but that was literally Kinesis jumping in, what, 1v4, 1v5 there, and living to be quite healthy after that whole exchange. So this is, again, showing possibly, you know, in a matchup, jungler matchup here, Baksha versus a assassin jungler. He's doing pretty well. He's keeping up. He's putting pressure around the map. He might be down, you know, a level here and there, but ultimately he's doing what he has to do. He also picks up another big item. Pickups got locked in his first item. He's still rolling with a Molten Essence as well, so now you're going to see him get a little bit more tankier to deal with all this physical damage being thrown at him.
Yeah, having the Concussive Blast as an emblem for Baksha, just being a naturally tankier dude and scales by the minute, just basing on HP, that's controlled AoE damage from most of the ultimates coming from a Baksha. As you can see, well, the lead right now is still in par, almost 400 gold lead. We have the turtle now being present, but the positioning of Aizen here, we are looking for an angle here on how will Mongolia have an entry, but so far Kinesis has eyes on the first hits on this objective. Black Dragon form though, circling around, trying to box out two members. Zorn being petrified. Now they're not able to get that objective away. Look at that Forbid. Just going around in Black Dragon form, chasing down member 1 to 2. But look at the damage from Alim. Bebex might fall down. Yes, he will. Kinesis secures the kill. And now Forbid is out of the damage, but Ethan receives more of the bullets. Forbid falls down. Alim could be on a streak here, but he decides to just clear with the minions. And that is just skirmishes coming from extra casualties from the objective state of this game.
Yeah, look at this. I was going to say, is Kozlik actually thinking about going here, but Alim whittling away the turret just a little bit. Still, look at the attention he's taking.
Yeah, look at that. Speaking of using the appraisers rad earlier, look at the pull from Ethan, now still holding it through, they're letting it go, but Alim here has ultimates ready. Cesar is now forced to go back to the base. Let's head on back to that replay.
Okay, look at the replay here. Another great dragon form utilized by Kazakh there. And you saw it, right? Forbid also took it. Like I said, there's going to be situations where Forbid wants to take the dragon form, and they continue on. But the problem right now is they're lacking a little bit in the damage department, especially when you take out Bebex. You know, unfortunately, you don't have the damage that you need, right, on the Irithyll. Especially this, in a way, it's a little bit too early for Irithyll. She really starts to shine later on in the game.
Yeah, speaking of shining later on in the game, he has the Berserker's Fury now. Bebex has 2 deaths already. He might want to prevent this from happening, because if your stage is on the later side of the game, your teammates will rely on the extra damage, knowing that they have tools to even have for a good team fight. You have Forbid here. You could take out an ultimate from Red. The real manipulation would be so effective with the Fredrin plus the Ling. So we'll see how this goes, but they're not giving up on something here. They might have a pick-off here. Kazakh on half HP, but Kinesis has stopped the movement of Aizen, dropping down on 50 HP, 50% HP rather. That's the shield, and Kinesis just falling and right in front of the defenses right now of Mongolia. Sustaining, being pulled by Ethan, still being the right amount of
still going.
And still going right in the turn here of Mongolia. Kazakh is now taking, wow, great amount of damage out of Mongolia as well. Now we have silenced Ethan here, and Kazakh as well is trying to secure a borderline, but Kinesis is just being in front. Still sustaining it though, but Forbid could be in trouble there. Wow.
CX.
Red with the flicker missed the kill. Now Cesar used the temple base to escape, but can he make it? No, he won't. Kinesis secures the kill.
That's a feels bad. You knew that he wanted the target there, even utilizing the Tempest of Blades, and just, oh, that was tough to see, you know, and that's, when you're playing a lane like that, man, there you go, Lord of Security are on top of it. They might repay, though.
The damage. Forbid falls down again. Ethan just being in front, trying to pull on 2 or 3 members, but Kines is just right in the front, using the Turtle's Voice stance to slow them down, but their Pacer shot will secure a point for Mongolia.
And with that, they've secured themselves the first Lord of the game here. Also, just, you know, OSX, like I said, back in minute 1, it's going to be a slugfest here. We see it. This replay, though, is exactly, we're capturing the moment. They wanted to see it one more time. ZX Aura goes down there, but then, yeah, it gets a little messy here. Double kill for Ethan, right? But still, Bebex able to survive that too. Great job on him. At this point in the game, he's going to be somewhat of a threat, right? Damage-wise, especially when we take a look at the items here in just a little bit.
Look at Aizen.
How he's building. Aizen's just on the run.
Absorbing the damage. No, just Aleem secures him.
Wow.
Now RWM right onto Ethan. That's a double for Aleem, and Kazakhstan is just continuing with this pursuit, using the Astral Recall to force out the Black Dragon form out of the distance. But man, look at the damage from Aleem.
Look at the pressure.
Even the pressure, Cesara trying to close more of the map. It's turning red as of this moment.
Great choice here from ZX Aura. That's probably the best case scenario for him in some of these moments throughout the game. And this is typically what we see from Lings locked in, right? You put pressure on the side lanes when things are not going necessarily your way, especially in this portion of the game. You rely on your team just to deal with the onslaught here. He's looking for a cutoff, though, here.
He's looking for a pull. Tempest of Blades now has been committed by Cesara. That is a conceal. Aizen has taken out Kashi out of the equation here for Kazakhstan, trying to gain control of their own map. Just looking at the items, is now the time, or is this the time of Bebex to shine for the team, or the team fights that Mongolia can do against Kazakhstan?
Well, Bebex, he's got the Hot Claws, he's got the Berserker's Fury, and he's got the Wind Talker, right? For the most part, that should be okay, but I feel like it's still, if you're looking at especially these skirmishes and these fights, I mean, look at the tankiness for Kazakhstan, right? Especially with the front runner here, Kinesis, just being this menace, really, you know, and how this box show works, able to soak up a lot of damage. So one of the big things is either getting through him and then avoiding Kazakh, right, on this Yuzhong, which he's been having an amazing game. He's finding the setups that he needs. He's finding the knockups with the petrified combinations on the right target, and that's what's usually forcing out at least the Nether Realm or some other response from Mongolia. Right now, relatively, it's not too far. There isn't a huge disparity between the two teams, and they're just going at it, you know, for the most part. And as we wait 15 seconds for the next Lord to come up, that's where we're going to see it again. We might see some side pressure from ZX Aura as the Lord starts, because technically one of the great things about Ling is you don't actually have to be there for that Lord dance, right? You can put pressure, you can let the other opposing team start it up, whittle it down, and then kind of swoop in and swing in and hopefully, you know, get the retry win.
Yeah, I love the idea.
Here it is,
Split
they're
push.
already getting in place. A couple pokes, though, for Kazakhstan to come through. And that's one of the big things to deal with, right? The Astral Recalls coming out from Kashi, like we see, and even Aleem. So if he decides to set up, you just have to be careful here if you're Mongolia for the placement. And that's why, actually, they just fully committed the 5v5 in this area. It might come down to whoever decides to start this up first. So look at the placement here on the bottom side, and as well as who decides to maybe use a conceal, maybe find a play, but really,
whoa. Look at the damage right on the snipe shot from
poke him down.
From Aleem. Poke him down, they're forced out to go back, but
there it is.
On a conceal. Who's the first target here is going to be Kashi. They found Kashi right onto the bush, but onto the back lines. Look at that, Cesara is taken down 1, 2, Kashi falls down, 3 members dropping down. Purpose side with a follow-up here, red as well. Look at that, Cesara is on a streak, and Forbid takes down Kazakh and Kinesis as well. Look at that, 5-man down right on to Kazakhstan, and from that ambush, from the back line, Cesara found an opening. Right now, Mongolia onto the last port. They never say die onto the game number 1 as they take the first point against Kazakhstan.
An amazing ending there for a very close game 1. Back and forth it was. And before that all unfolded, OSX, I would say, you know, it's going to come down to the team who decides to utilize that conceal first. We saw it there. It started up. It really wasn't much of a Lord dance either. You know, Lord was hit a little bit, but then they're just like, all right, this is our go. They found exactly who they needed to with the conceal play. And also, by the way, Bebex almost died, but it was a clutch Nether Realm that kept him alive so that he could continue to get that damage off when he used that heavy crossbow. And it resulted in, at that point, having the 3 items on that Irithyll was great. The damage was there, and then they just run it down mid to claim that first point here for the best of 3. So great performance. Again, both teams, though, it was neck and neck, you know, for the most part there. Back and forth from minute 1.
Yeah. Wow. And just as you were calling, a lane could actually split push by just being in the position of Team Kazakhstan. You were finding an angle on where to put the real manipulation of an Eve to secure that team fight. But they were the reaction time of Mongolia was just on point to have an ambush coming from the backline, knowing that the Yuzong is in the side of Kazakhstan. By the point that they got the marksman out of the picture, it was just go time. And it just dropped down completely, a 5-man wipe, and that gave him the clutch, even at the last moment.
And you know, I really liked the draft here from Kazakhstan specifically, and I think they were doing amazing things. Again, this was a very, you know, a very close game between these two teams, and at the same time, it really speaks volumes once again for where Baksha fits in the meta, you know, how useful he can be, how tanky he is, and going back to what we were even discussing yesterday, OSX, about just this durable, like this multifaceted durable lineup where we see teams doing, which is usually, I would say 2 to 3 tanky type heroes, right, for the most part, whether that's your jungler, whether that's your in the XP lane, and even sometimes in the roam, right, you have this not only front line, but you also have basically multiple options to cover your back line, and I think that's something that really works for a lot of these teams. Now, both of them in a way also were working with some of the momentum that both these compositions offered. Once again, like I said, it was neck and neck between both, and if this would have continued on, I think, too, you still would have seen ZXORA pushing those side lanes and not really 100% focusing on the Lord dances, right? Because that was, what, the second one? They didn't even take it. Like, they didn't even have to, because obviously with that wipe, they move forward.
No.
But, you know, that's the thing. It was just a well-executed game for the most part from both teams. But ultimately, at the end of it, you know, Mongolia came out on top with a better ending team fight.
Yeah, by the experience and how they went through, and now they're into the lower bracket. They have a do-or-die moment there. And that small window completely gave them the confidence to just go in from the back. And Kazakhstan never saw it coming.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, honestly, from that game alone, regardless of which team won it, I'm not even sure who to give MVP to, you know, in terms of that, because for both teams specifically, like, everybody pulled their weight. You know, this is, I would almost say that this is one of the more closer games that we've had, even from group stages up to here, where it was like, it was almost to the point of, what are you going to land when you flip a coin, right? Because either way, that team fight could have gone to either team, right? And it was just, it so happened the way that it unfolded is that Mongolia was like, all right, we got this under control. It was a great job too that they actually spotted out some of the members there of Kazakhstan, right? Using that conceal and playing around that, because that's how they worked it. So we can only wait for game number 2. We are going to be taking a short break here, so sit tight with us. We'll be back after this.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 2 here for the MLBB playoffs at IESF WEC. And if you're just joining us, it is a lower bracket matchup between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. And right now, it's 1-0. We are also going to be checking out who was the MVP, because before we went to break, we were wondering exactly who it was that got that from Mongolia. It's none other than Ethan here with this fair miss pick, which is great because we were talking about this yesterday, OSX, how all these different roles are all landing MVPs. And I love that they're highlighting, I would say maybe statistically it's more in the gold lane, but it's nice to see this when other roles are, awarded for the MVP for their performance.
Yeah, me being a role myself, I'm proud of this guy.
Yeah,
it's all about the difference you make in those kind of team fights. They're up against an Eve, they're up against a Yuzong, but this guy having a 9 assists, and he only needed Enchanted Talisman and the Radiant Armor just to sustain his own self right into the front line, and having a great pull throughout the matches he can get against Kazakhstan.
If I had to pick one defining moment there for Ethan, it was that ending fight I was talking about, where Bebex literally almost died and he popped the Netherrealm right at the perfect moment to keep him alive. Because if they lost Bebex, man, their damage was gone, right?
It
was over. So very well-timed Netherrealm, and I keep wanting to say Cult Altar, man. Still adjusting to the change there.
It's an awesome change of ultimate name.
Yeah,
Netherrealm.
Take him to the Netherrealm.
Yeah, it's dangerous. I'm thinking of taking a different Netherrealm. It's like Yin's ultimate or something.
Yeah,
it could be a different realm, but this is just Mongolia capitalizing on those small windows that they actually have a clutch in taking another chance. Because at some point from entering mid-game, it was a bit of a struggle in getting the objectives for the lane, because he was looking for an opening, trying to secure the objectives, but the bigger picture here on how they wanted to gain control on their team fighting side was they need to shut down who is the high damage dealer for the side of Kazakhstan. It is the Beatrix. It was a problem paired with the Eve, but if those two heroes and players was gone, it was just complete goal time, because if they did not commit at that moment, it could have gone the other way.
Well, again, if you miss game 1, it was neck and neck. It was back and forth from minute 1, and I don't expect game 2 to go much differently here. Just the way these two teams are really fighting for their tournament lives at this point, right? But with Mongolia taking the first blood in the series, they have that little bit of an advantage, right? Now, I don't think you see them opt for something out of the realm of their strategy that we've seen before, and even back in the Asian Championships, but for the most part, it's just the execution for both the teams from game 1 was phenomenal. It's just at the end of that match, at the end of game 1, a minor thing really just flipped the tides of that match where they didn't even have to go for that Lord. So, when it comes to the draft, and speaking of the switching of sides here, it will give some priority. Now, what we saw from the last match, we saw who was priority. Now, I know it wasn't our lot frame that popped up, but ultimately that is Novaria, right?
Novaria. So
that was the priority.
They wanted Vision. Yeah, I get it. They want AoE as well with it. It was a deadly combo to see if they had a great snowball. Well, they had a good game on the early stage, but on to the part of executing that you're up against a Ling that you don't know where it's coming from, right on the walls, just dropping into your back line. It was the thing that they needed to address to. Yes, at some point, Aizen was there. Maybe I kind of like feeling that he's kind of a bit of disappointed to add extra buttons, because he's more likely on the Terizla. He likes to keep on jumping, doing the flicker combo, but this time around it was a Fredrin XP. So maybe if he gets his hands back on the Terizla, it might be a different change for Kazakhstan, or even for Aizen, who gets the first gambit for the pick.
Well,
now, as you said, we're at the draft, Naisu, and what would be the difference now on their priority?
Well, we'll see, right? I like that you mentioned, even with Fredrin in the hands of Aizen there previously, it was completely fine the way that he played it. It's not typically what you're used to seeing, right, with the Terizlas, but
he wants those action flicker combos.
Yeah. So looks like priority is going to be here for Mongolia with the Valentina. Still safe choice. It's usually one of those two, right? The Fredrin, Valentina pop up. We've seen a couple different variations of priority picks, being like Paquito out of nowhere from yesterday. We also, like I said, from the previous series, we saw Novaria picked up. Now, I think this response is Eve Fredrin if they want to go for it.
Okay, they take it up for themselves once again. They have the Eve, they have the AoE, but you're giving also the ultimate. So this is the thing that you have Valentino on the first pick.
Yeah.
Since Mongolia set up the card right away, oh, you have a Lancelot. Wow, this is just completely AoE, just dashing through a setup with magic damage and poke potential. Because if you have the first move and taking that Valentina out of Kazakhstan, you get the ultimate of the Eve, and also you get to have a close border on how to where you can get a counter for team fights. Aiding it with the Lancelot up against a Baksha.
Yeah.
So this has more damage, but this gives more pressure to the Baksha to build more good tankier items to compensate with the AoE. And if you're up against a true damage assassin such as Lancelot, you need to have more sustained protection this time.
Whew, okay, so it doesn't look like they're deviating too much, right? Bebek's going to get his hands on the Irithyll here. In a similar way from game one, OSX, it was, the Baksha versus the Ling that time. So I think, in this way, it changes some of the game plan slightly, for Mongolia, especially for ZX Aura, but ultimately the Lancelot's going to work out. Now, this pickup here for Kazakhstan, remember, we saw this yesterday, and it did struggle, right? It struggled for the Claude here, for Aleem. And the reason why it struggled is because, for the most part, it was up against that more durable lineup, that was being thrown at them. So at least now that you've secured yourself this Baksha, you should be able to just go ahead and farm up. And also, it really complements pretty well the real-world manipulation, right? If you can get that RWM down in time and then utilize the Blazing Duet, and you have, those 2-3 items that you need for Claude, it could work out really well. So you see this now that we're in the second phase of these bans here. Kufra is taken out. There's a lot of focus on the roam options, right? Even over on the other side from Kazakhstan.
Yeah, with this good ban here from Kazakhstan to take out the Minotaur, if you're paired with a Claude and an Eve, you don't want that knock-up. You don't want that stun or taunt right away from Minotaur. One thing also that we're seeing here, even me, myself, one thing is also open to counter this lineup if you're up against a Claude or a Cho. Even a Claude rather, but they ban out the Cho. Good ban for Kazakhstan as well, because either way, Mongolia could actually take it because they don't have a roamer yet.
Yeah.
So it's good that the Kazakhstan is covering their tracks here. They don't want that shutdown if ever Claude just goes right in with a Blazing Duet. So it's good that they're covering their tracks right away, but they're more focused now on the roams of, again, Mongolia.
There it is again, yeah.
But one thing is also open. If you're up against a Claude, they ban out the Kufra as well. So, Grok? Oh, no. Grok maybe? Or,
I would like to see them do something different than what we saw earlier, right? Where they had the Novaria. And what we've seen teams do is Novaria roam now. That could work, but I want to see them, have a little bit more of a tanky option. They decided to take the Charizla there, so that covers one of the bases. And here you go.
Of course.
X-Borg.
How could we ever forget that guy? It was the first time we're seeing here again in the playoffs.
Well, for the playoffs, yeah. Actually, I was kind of expecting him to be played yesterday, but he didn't because group stages also saw him play it, right? So, and this is just one of those picks that actually works out really well, not only with the way his last Insanity works and everything, but just the fact that it also is, in a way, he is kind of this durable, tankier hero than most, right? Because of the way his armor works and everything else, and it's a little bit elusive in a way. So I think you still want to round this out. There it is. That's the Franco locked in here.
Yeah,
so
I was thinking about that.
Similar thing, man.
have
they've
the bite
covered
now.
the bases. Yeah, they got the bite, they got the hooks, and we have seen Franco alone be the thorn in the side of a lot of these teams so far up to this point.
Yeah, man, into the hands of Ethan. We're looking about a bit of a chance of having those Bloody Hunt and Iron Hooks connecting, because yesterday we've seen good amount of CC, and what great way to counter this one and force out of something for Mongolia. Edith,
I like
for
it.
this one, yeah, you were talking
I was
about
talking
a
about
different route, durable. You have Onward, you have the Suplex, you even have the Primal Wrath to just compensate with the magic damage up against the team, especially early game.
Again, I think Edith just fits really well in the roam role, because of just the way that her kit works, like you mentioned. Not only that, too, but you kind of get this surprise damage factor from her, too, when she uses Primal Wrath, right? But mainly, you're there to get those setups placed in for you, but you have a couple options now, right? you not only have the Edith, the way that her kit works, but you also have the Terizla. Now, the only problem, especially with Terizla, is actually there's that time when you're utilizing his penalty zone that you could get canceled out, you could get, disrupted in a way, and then it kind of just falls off from there. But at least so far from what we've seen is these impactful XP laners, especially on heroes like this, can turn the tide of a game.
Yeah, speaking of turning tides, we now finally see an X-Borg. Now you pair it up with an Eve, you force out a lot of resources from the side of the Kazakhstan. But just having the Valentina on the side for Mongolia, this is one way of securing an ultimate one after the other to just have a counter throughout their objective take. So this points out on how the execution will work, especially on early game, to mid game. And this time around, more contention on the objectives.
Yeah, objectives, obviously the name of the game. That's what we saw from game one. And I think, like I was saying, regardless of what these two teams really drafted, the game plan is the same. And I still think it's going to be quite, a battle early on from the get-go. And that's what we usually see from them too, especially in those early jungle rotations, trying to lock those down, trying to maintain, from both junglers getting out of hand here. Now, main thing is, like I said, when you have the Baksha versus the Lancelot matchup, it works in favor, I guess, in terms of rotation and everything, because of the fact that literally Baksha can roll around, roll around the map.
Roll on the map, just poke everybody out.
It works great, yeah, because if you're comparing it earlier, right, it was Baksha and Ling. Ling also super momentum, right?
Oh, yeah,
so
of course,
can get around the map in basically a second, just like Baksha. Now this time, again, Lancelot quite mobile, but if you get shut down, we have seen it struggle. The same could be said yesterday. We saw Baksha get shut down hard, but then you still have some form of utility for your team. Even if you're 0-4, 0-5, it could work out.
Well, we're talking about the performance of Saudi Arabia yesterday. They were falling on short with a Baksha. Yeah, falling down early game, no problem. 4 deaths, 5 deaths. But on the later stage of the game, you have this way of reacting and just absorbing all of the damages right onto the team fights. Because if you see that you have a chance in the later stage of the game, that's where you get a chance for team fights, for a team that's so strong, building momentum from early to mid-game. So this is a problem, but sometimes that if they have a window, they actually might need to take it right away.
Well, here we go. Again, it's match point here between Mongolia and Kazakhstan. It is a best of 3. It's a lower bracket match. Whoever loses is out of the tournament here. And right now, Mongolia starting it up, once again, getting first blood in the series. Who can set the pace here? That's the question. What we saw from game 1, both teams slugging it out. We'll see exactly how they kind of adjusted from game 1. Once again, too, someone to really keep an eye on, just like earlier in the previous game, is Ethan. Here on his timings with these hooks, he's going to miss that one, but we've seen how crucial Franco is as a hero, how much impact he has within the game here.
Yeah, speaking of impact, you're talking about how a sluggish state that this composition might start. I believe it's all about the roams here making so much vision early game. And if you have that kind of way of pressuring, such as that, you have a poke out of Kashi for mid, being a roam and also pairing yourself with your mage here right on mid, you have a way to force out such as that. Aizen now is low on health. Now this could be a target for Kazakhstan, but Ethan as well is here just in case things would go wrong.
Okay, right now, it must be hard for Aizen too, because he's playing against one of his favorite heroes in the lane, but he should know how to play against it. Hold on in the mid though.
Red, just poke out of damage out of Forbid. Now what's going to be the answer of Cizora? Now looking at the chance of having a poke out of Team Kazakhstan, they just maintain just with the pokes, but that hurt. Yeah. Closely paired with 3 members from Kazakhstan.
Okay, a little cheeky play there from Ethan, able to go ahead and hook the crab. It gets it, I believe. Yeah, he's got the gold as well, so takes it over. Now with his first objective up here, the turtle going to be started up by Kinesis. Kazakh making his way here, has the level 4. They got to watch out for this setup though.
What's the setup? That's the flicker combo. They trapped one. Doesn't see Sora. There's no jungler. Well, will Retribution be at work to take this first objective? Last Insanity now being pulled upon. Kinesis secures the first objective. Now the first blood as well follows up with Kazakhstan with this one around Kashi. Is still holding on with the hook. An amazing pull right onto Ethan, taking out
Bid.
Kashi. And the action continues to happen for Bid as well. Wow, a trade of 2-1, plus they get the objective.
That was, that was great in both ways here. You're going to look at it once again for the replay. A nice last insanity. They get them down a little bit, but this was a great RWM setup. Real manipulation comes in. You see Kashi almost didn't have that level 4. He's going to get hooked there, but 4-Bit also took that and uses the Primal Wrath, right, with Valentina, able to clean up, at least salvage that situation by getting some kills there.
Game sense.
4-Bit so far, even from the previous game, has been on point, especially with the hands of Valentina. Now, big thing is, once again, it's still relatively even, right? The fact that, yes, Kazakhstan got the turtle, that was great for them, but also the couple kills went over here to Mongolia. How do they play around that? Especially the fact that, you know, again, one of these hooks is going to turn the tides of these early skirmishes. We've seen Ethan, for the most part, being on point. He's missed a couple here, but he lands the ones when they count. And this might be one of the best things, right? At least assert some of your team in the enemy territory, whichever team decides to do that, whether it's Mongolia, whether it's Kazakhstan, because you want to slow things down a little bit too, right? Right now, too, items are starting to get where they need to be. First items coming into fruition for both teams. Also, rushing that DHS here, that's exactly what Aleem needs, right? Because he's got to whittle down some of these tankier heroes here from Mongolia.
I love that you're pointing out the marksmen right now of Kazakhstan and Mongolia. They have the quantum shards present on the early game. They haven't been disturbed, so that's a good way of seeing that they have potential in team fights, knowing they have good AoE bursts from Red and as well as for Bid. Now, second turtle is up. Positioning-wise, it's Kazakhstan having a great pull on the other side of the turtle here, but speaking of counter-positioning,
GXR is low,
for Bid is just trying to have a counter with the vision, but nobody's going to go near with this objective, and Kinesis once again secures the turtle for Kazakhstan.
Another objective secured here for Kazakhstan. Better that they didn't actually contest that because he was so low. Look at Aleem, though. Forced out of the lane there.
For Bid, he has the ultimate of the Edith, though.
This could be bad, right? Both of these guys setting up here. Kashi going to get the information he needs. Hook won't land. Able to avoid it. Kinesis now and Red making their way to give some reinforcements here to the bottom lane. They go in.
Onward with the fall of a knockup. This is just Kinesis making all the CC work. Now Ethan trying to be caged in with RWM. Now using the Thorn Rose, will he able to get a kill? Zora fails to get the damage out of Kazakhstan now. Securing. It's Aleem that falls down. With the follow-up, there's Kashi. Slither of health though, but Zora falls on the hands of Kinesis. Sustain over true damage with the help of 3 from Kazakhstan. Wow. Onto the points, they take down 2 out of Mongolia.
Again, taking a look at the replay here, you're going to just see how tanky this Baksha is as well. And Bebex just doesn't have the damage, right? He's only got, I believe it's the Wind Talker is all he has. RWM set up very well right there. On the choke point, they grab the kill. He didn't even have the Ice Queen wand until getting that kill, so they slow him down here. ZX Aura cannot get away from this, and just look at this. The damage isn't even there, right? It's not even hurting Kinesis. And this is the downside of, yes, Irithyll, she works great late game, but early game, and this is the story for really a majority of gold laners, right? So you see that's why they're putting pressure here on this bottom side.
Well, speaking of pressure, Kinesis got caught, or just got up with the Guardian Helmet. Now on an AoE-based damage, rocking the Concussive Blast is continuing just regen all throughout. He is being poked by damages coming in from Mongolia. Fight is about to break out here. He's being suppressed using the Bloody Hunt with the counter. With the RWM, Kinesis
still
fall down for that. Aleem with a Blazing Duat will pierce through the members of Mongolia. Yes, it will. Kashi takes down one. Aleem takes down Aizen. A trade of 2-1, and they're eyeing with a push here. Mid lane, Cert will fall down, and Kazakhstan as well, eyeing on these windows. A great entry from Aleem, compensating the damage and forcing Mongolia for a retreat from that team fight.
You see how much time Kinesis bought there? And how much was used on him? Look at this. Look at the replay. There's just everything is being thrown at him. He's still alive, right? And just perfect timing, because here comes Aleem with the Blazing Duet, just whittling everybody down to the point where, yeah, Bebex, once again, not there yet in the damage department. Did just pick up the Berserker's Fury, so that's the second item now that he has. He's working on it, but they might just have to give up another turtle here. It might be a little too risky if they decide to commit to it. they need to buy time, right? They don't want to just have these unnecessary deaths if they can. Wait until that first Lord comes up. So that's 3 for 3 on the Turtles for Kazakhstan.
Economy-wise, they have all the objectives present. 3 turtles to none for Mongolia. What they have now is the map that they can utilize. We have objectives. They have trying to get coverage for the positioning. Cesaro as well trying to get with the crab point, secured as well. So looking for the crumbs here that they will be able to see or get some items right away to counter the damage of Kazakhstan. But just like look at the lead here, 4,000 and counting. And this is how you need to counter with the defense right with the momentum Kazakhstan just built.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest things. They're going to go here, though.
Aizen might be the first target. Thorn Rose being committed, connecting on Kazakh and Kinesis. But Kashi, though, still looking for an avenue for the drop of the onward. But Last Insanity has been committed for escape by Aizen.
See, this is what I'm talking about, OSX, and why this kind of lineup works so well. I don't even know what to coin it. The durable lineup, the beefy boy lineup, because you got 3 beefy heroes here. Yeah, the Terizla, the Edith, and then the Baksha. Like, even if you get through one of them, you still have 2 to deal with. Kashi's going to go in.
That's the onward. Now with the knock-up, Aizen now is being trapped with Void Crystal flickered out. The Last Insanity won't be the answer here. RWM being used by Red. Now taking down the turret. Aleem secures a push, but now that's just objective for Kazakhstan, not committing to any pursuit to chase down from Mongolia.
Yeah, at this point, you know, Mongolia, all they can do is just hold on, right? They're along for the ride here. 5K, like you mentioned earlier, continuing to build up in economy for Kazakhstan. This might even just allow them to take the first Lord without contention. If that happens, then they should be able to march into some of this space. I mean, look at this. CXOR is struggling even to farm up in his own jungle, right? At this point, you're 10 seconds away from the Lord spawning here. They've got to just scrap together whatever they can. And for the most part, just the game plan might be wait for Bebex to get to where he needs to be. The best thing about it in that situation, Bebex hasn't gone down yet, right? He's at least not died. He can continue to farm up what he can, but I'm sure that the gold difference between him and Aleem is quite big. You can see it right there. It's about 1,000 plus gold difference between the gold laners. So he has his work cut out for him. Now that this Lord is secured here for Kazakhstan, they're going to march down into the base a little bit. They might not get these inhibitors down unless they're able to force a fight. Now, when I say force a fight, man, Kazakhstan has all the tools in the world to do that. And that can just be Kazakh alone, right? If you flicker penalty zones in, that's already a force situation that's going to be really hard for Mongolia to deal with, not to mention they have more options available. So, Lord marching up the top side, they're going to get prepped and ready for this defense.
Yeah, speaking of defense, I love that you pointed out Bebex there, bro, because looking at the damage that they have to build upon, the Kazakhstan, this is their window to actually buy more time. And with that, you also need to clear something out. There's a Lord pushing up top, and you also need to clear some minions from mid to bottom. And the flicker combo right into the base of Mongolia, but now they still survive that. Kazakhstan is completely caught by surprise. Kazakhstan right in the middle, but Aleem trying to compensate with the damage of Blazing Duet. Now Ethan falls down, takes a kill for Kazakhstan, and by just that, wow, recovery right onto the flicker. They take down 2 members out of Mongolia. There's a Lord trying to be melted down by the members of Mongolia here, but still Kazakhstan wanted to push through more of the defenses of this scene.
Okay, they're going to hold on to the inhibitor-based turrets here for the most part, also that tier 2 of the mid lane. They're still putting pressure, though. Bottom side, Last Insanity.
Will this be the answer? The damage? Yes, we have the magic damage connecting all to Kazakhstan, but now Aleem falls down and has Zora on a 4 killing streak. Bebex using the penalty zone, but he's going to be hooked by Ethan. Last Insanity won't be the answer for damage, but for Bid, wow, 1-on-1, just right in the corner there, brother.
That's tough, man.
Wow, Forbid versus
not just Forbid, but even there, I'm not sure if we're gonna get a replay, but Bebex, he didn't have the Host Claws yet.
No.
And he jumped in. He was trying to get those last 2 targets that were very low, but unfortunately gets taken down by Red. And you know that could have been a very shining moment for him. It was great too that he actually avoided getting penalty zone, but still, you know, he's at least where he needs to be itemization-wise, right? That's the best thing. Still needs that 4th item here. But, as this game progresses, they're making some headway here on the deficit they had to work from, which is great. But at the same time, you saw from those fights, Kazakhstan was a little bit confident in what they did there at the bottom, and that's kind of why they went with that risk. Now with this 20 seconds away for the next Lord, they're going to be in a situation where it's like, can we actually contest this? Can we fight? Because, even the Divine Glaive being picked up by Forbid there might help them out a little bit, but there's still a lot to get through, right? And that's kind of what we're seeing from the skirmishes. That whole interaction between them earlier in the defense of the base was great too, because Ethan landed the hook flicker combination, which gave them a tiny bit of an advantage. Hold on, Aizen's in trouble.
Wow, can he soak up, force the flicker out? Whoa, three members being trapped on RWM. Will this be a great coverage for Kazakhstan to just push through Aizen, receiving damage with Void Crystal? Will he scorch through? No, he's still safe.
Sliver of health he gets away. Aizen is lucky he survived that.
He was burning, bro.
They are going to go ahead and just give away this Lord once again, finding themselves on the defense here. There's nothing they can really do about that. Aizen getting caught out in the jungle. And now once again, they find themselves on the defense side. It's only a matter of time. Kazakhstan will crack open the base here even further. They've already got the bottom inhibitor down. This will result in the next possibly two, right? They're just so tanky. They're the ones to decide who to target. Also Immortality now on Kashi, making it even harder to burst through this if you're Mongolia.
Yeah, speaking of which, you need to have a good clear here. Plus there's a Lord marching down bottom. And if you have this way of breaking up a team fight, they just did, right? You mentioned the flicker and the Bloody Hand combo right onto the turret of Mongolia. If they have a great pickup such as that, this is the identity of Mongolia that we're trying to have a build-up. Because at some points, they have this way of seeing through a needle in a haystack in such steep as this. Oh, look at that. Zora right just in the middle. He was trying to escape that one, but he won't be escaping the damage of red. Time around, still going. Ethan now being trapped. RWM, he's scorching through, and he is just in a sliver of health, poked out. The Immortality, and just in the base of Mongolia. Kazakhstan is finally here and eyeing on this base. At this point, they are not giving up just yet. We're heading for a tiebreaker match.
Game 3 is upon us. They hold on here. Kazakhstan taking the series 1-1. And where it comes down to essentially a best of one to see who goes forward and who goes home here. This was a great game, and it was not like game number 1, right? No. It was maybe even for a little bit, but Kazakhstan came out swinging, right?
Way better.
Way better here. And they, I talk about this a lot through the drafts, but they shut down, especially the gold lane once again. They really controlled it. Bebex was not in any position really to do what he needed to do on the Irithyll, and this is the downside of most of these marksman picks, and especially someone or a hero like Irithyll, where you need so much time. And even as you saw it, right, at one point she had the 3 pretty much core items that she needed.
Yeah,
she was working on the 4th one, and the problem with that is once again just how tanky, how durable. Even Immortality's not even counted there until the end. One popped up for Kashi. But we saw just how much of a struggle it was to actually put out the damage. Not only that, but if you can't even get close enough because you're being zoned out with the threat of being penalty zoned or, whichever they decided to do, it's too much of a struggle, right, for these marksmen to really pop off. And unfortunately, even for Forbid, wasn't able to do what he needed to do on the Valentina for most of those team fights, providing that damage.
Yeah, speaking of damage, a complete way of recovering from that game. Nobody's saying goodbye yet, but this is just the first one. This is just Kazakhstan.
This is how it should be, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't. You don't want to sweep.
You don't.
In these lower bracket fights.
In the lower bracket, well, let's see who's the MVP now.
Yep, and MVP for this game number 2 is going to be none other than Kinesis here on this Basha. And this player right here has made statements throughout the group stage against some of the best junglers in the world, and he's doing it still here. So it's great to see this performance of Basha once again, starting to be a very highly picked hero, even here for the playoffs, right? He went 2-1-10.
Yep.
And most of this, honestly, is just the fact that, yes, He's mobile, very mobile around the map. He can respond. He goes where he needs to be right on time. Not only that, but you saw earlier, you know, from that highlight moment where he literally went 1 versus 4 or 1 versus 5, whichever it was, and he got all the ultimates out. Then his team just swooped in and capitalized on that. Like, that alone is a massive thing, deserving for this MVP here.
He's just being a bait. And when he had most of his core items in, the Molten Essence plus the Blade Armor plus the Guardian Helmet, this is just completely a rock, absorbing all the damages. Being an AoE-based passive concussive blast, that's one thing for you to rejoice at, just even for a team fight. Yeah, just go ahead, come at me. And just completely just having the chance of like, okay, I have my team behind me, there's reinforcements, by that you have been baited for a trap. Man, I'm gonna count back in for this one.
I feel like as we progress through the playoffs here, Baksha is going to continue to be basically a hot commodity, man. Like, there's what's happening, especially with this the meta that's formed here, is they just want to go with the Baksha. Mobility, durability, it's all great, right? So we're going to sit tight for a little bit here, guys, watching around the world and here with us in Yash Romania. We're going to take a quick break before we go into game number 3. So sit tight. We'll be back after this.
What makes us think that your company should invest in Yash? Here are the most important reasons, summed up in just 5 minutes. First, who are we? We are Yash, the most important Romanian city on the eastern border of the European Union. You see, from the start, this geographical position gives us a strategic advantage in our economic relations with Asian and Russian markets. Investors will find it easy to come here, since our airport is only 8 kilometers away from the city center and offers direct flights to many places across Europe. What can Yash offer to your business? The answer is quite simple. Highly qualified human resources, a well-developed business infrastructure, renowned commercial partners and good access to local, regional and international markets. Yes, Yash is the cultural capital of Romania, another reason for us to be proud of the city's monuments and distinctive architecture. Yet, more than that, Yash is also a center of excellence in education. We have here the oldest university in the country, Alexandru Ioan, as well as top departments and faculties grouped in Technical University, University of Medicine and Pharmacy, University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine or University of the Arts. The over 60,000 well-trained students who get their graduate degrees each year in Yash are a highly valuable professional resource for our city. Let's not forget that Yash is also a regional medical center for over 5 million Romanians living in this part of the country, to whom it provides care through 13 public hospitals and 16 private medical centers. The Yash Medical School is internationally renowned, and our hospitals benefit from the services of the best specialists in the field. At the same time, the Yash municipality has invested heavily in rehabilitating the infrastructure, modernizing the local administration, and supporting the business environment. Tens of millions of euros, mainly from European funds, have changed our city's appearance in record time. This is why we are proud of our business community, which is currently growing in several key sectors, such as IT&C, agricultural, medical or biotechnological research, textiles and many others. The figures speak for themselves. There are over 10,500 companies registered in the city of Yash. Together, they reported a turnover of over 3.5 billion euros. Industry giants, like Amazon, Oracle, Condant, Continental, Pentalog, and a host of others, have already opened branches in Yash, showing that the business environment here is thriving. And these figures are constantly rising. During the last 2 years, the number of people employed in the IT&C and outsourcing sector tripled, reaching over 20,000 people, who work in a total area of over 250,000 square meters of offices in new, modern buildings. A good example in this respect is the Palace Complex, a city in the heart of the city, which boasts new, spacious and modern office rooms, with many leisure and fun areas. What are our plans for the future? We are preparing the launch of the largest industry development park in northeastern Romania, Fortis Industrial Park, which, spreading over 23 hectares, will become an effective platform for all kinds of investors. We are one of the most transparent local administrations in Romania. Our door is always open to serious investors who wish to develop their business in Yash. Innovation and creativity are the key words of our city development strategy. We are looking forward to meeting you in the city of Yash. Come here and get to know us better.
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to ISF WEC for MLBB Day 2 of the playoffs here. Starting it off with the first series already going the distance. We're at game number 3 between Mongolia and Kazakhstan, and whoever loses will be out of the tournament here.
You never go out with a great fight. Kazakhstan and this team, Mongolia, has a great way of ending things around, especially coming from the qualifiers to the group stages till now. It's a show of you can actually expect from these seasoned, experienced players who actually go to neck on neck with you in the battle. But to go back on how their last game went, that was a perfect draft for Kazakhstan, covering their tracks, Claude and also an Eve being present, and 3 bans onto the show as well as the Faramis. It's a complete answer to all of the kryptonites that you can have in your own draft.
Well, again, like I'm saying, man, I just think one of the best things here available to these teams right now in the current meta is what we saw them do previously in Game 2, right? It's either 2 or 3 of those durable heroes. You have so many options that you can go with. Now we've seen the rise of Baksha, right? Locked in the jungle now. And
He's back.
Yeah, it's weird because it's such a throwback, right? He was such a popular hero seasons ago, if not, a year ago maybe even. And now he's kind of risen once again in the ranks of these hero picks and priority-wise. Not only that, but it just works so well. Like we said, with durability, you have your Terizlas, you have your Edith now that was thrown there in the roam option. So, having that ability to not only have a front line, but also a back line to help peel if you need to is very important, right? And we saw the struggle once again, and I know Irithil as a hero has also risen through the ranks statistically here throughout even the group stages where we are now, but you see it just watching the game, how much Irithil struggles in the damage department early on. So if you're being pressured from the get-go, it's so much harder. It takes so much longer than it already does naturally to get those 3-4 items that you need to really just kind of like pop off and provide that damage.
Love that you pointed out the progress of the marksman of Irithil. Yes, she actually has a way of shining either in the late game. But the problem is, you have most of the members of Kazakhstan just poking you out of your lane. They have the Eve, although they have the Valentina, yes, for a counter ultimate that they can use once team fight breaks out. But the problem of most of the times is she can't focus more on getting the kills. Yes, she was waiting for the right time, but 3 or 4 members were actually losing the chance of getting that 2 additional items for damage or even for defense. And mostly, once the fight just tries to break out, and they're all forced to respond right away. We have seen great hooks coming from Ethan.
Yeah.
You have to give it to him, but most of the times, you also need to compensate it with damage.
Which was lacking.
Yeah, it was lacking. Export, yes, forced a lot of HP bars out of Kazakhstan, but it's something that you can buy time. But if you want to reach the back line of Kazakhstan, you need to have more ways of slipping through. The Lancelot was there, but it wasn't even enough to just take one out.
Like I said, one of the things about Lancelot too, and why we saw for such a long time, the phrase coined for Lancelot was the tanks a lot, right? Because in a way, especially, and I know it's now kind of both could technically work, but it just felt like there was a lack of damage, especially when you're going to draft that type of hero. You want to go the assassin route in the jungle. You have to be able to make sure that you actually are a threat, right, in damage department. Now, that game, the last game we saw, honestly, Lancelot wasn't able to do much. And that was not just his fault, but also just the fact that across the board, right, the damage just wasn't available to them. So hopefully this time around, either they take the Baksha for themselves, maybe OSX, we even see it just banned out, right? Because this is now 2 games, at least for this series, that Baksha has been prioritized. Not only that, but even previously, right? Previously, yesterday, how many Bakshas popped up, So at this point, your kind of option is, do we take it? Gives us that tanky option, momentum as well, the mobility to move around the map, or do we opt once again for one of those assassin junglers to start the momentum in our favor early on?
Speaking of options, we would either see, yeah, you're right, Baksha will be respected out for the draft, could happen, or you just let it go. So there you have it.
I'm glad they did it, man.
Yeah.
I'm glad they did it.
One thing also is up for grabs is the Mortis. We've seen it used yesterday by Kazakhstan and also Mongolia, so it could be an option onto the table for this draft. So straight bans here, similar bans. You have Joy. It was a problem as well for the Eve. So will they actually secure the part of taking out that AoE poke potential, or will they go for that catch? Because at some similar ways that we are seeing the progress of the junglers of, again, Mongolia on the recent game, they're having a hard time to pull things off. And with the Martis having a good standing coming from yesterday in the group stages, might that be the key for their own progress as well?
Martis is essentially like, if you think about Baksha and how durable he is, Martis in a way can do the same thing, but he also provides like a decent amount of damage, right? Especially with the way that Decimate works, we've seen it actually work wonders for even the teams yesterday. So that's still on the table. I'm not sure if that's priority, territory though. It's probably still could be either the Valentina, could also be the Fredrin if it's left open here. But the bans coming out from Kazakhstan right now, the Faramis has taken out Joy as well. They're still able to take out one more roam if they want to, but it seems like we might again see the likes of Eve in the mid lane. Novaria still available for either of these teams too. Now, we've only seen one team prio pick the Novaria, but I'm not sure if that's the case here. We'll have to see these last bans for the first phase.
Okay, let's see how Kazakhstan is looking for a counter on the first two picks. They've taken out the Faramis. Oh, good ban on the Kajo though. So this either is a setup for their Fredrin or a Cho. Melissa could actually pop up, or either even Novaria. But it was a problem having in the roll state. Well, the roll state.
Yeah,
So,
we've seen her in both, right? So, I mean, either can work. But I think you also are just seeing a slower
there you go.
banning phase here just because of what's on the line, right? Once again, this is a best of 3 here. And whichever team does lose is out of the tournament. Team that wins moves on, waiting to face the next one in the lower bracket. So that's the Eve taken out. And these are pretty much, for the most part, OSX, from what we've seen even yesterday, these are solid ban choices because it's going to shake up this lineup a little bit more for Game 3, right? So that's why it's really crucial. What kind of team composition do you want to start building out here? This, probably Fredrin. I would opt for the Fredrin here because you can still flex it, you can still do quite a bit. You don't necessarily have to park him in the jungle. There it is, the Fredrin comes through.
Yep.
And this is, once
Wise
again,
choice.
best case scenario that you can do, but you're going to go ahead and trade. Is this Angeling that might come through for Kazakhstan? Angela already locked in here.
Different route
Ling
here.
is available.
The falling stars
It's not, it's
spot
Novaria.
ahead.
Whoa,
We
got the Novaria portrait.
We have it.
No more
She's
Arlot.
alive. No more Arlot. So just by looking at this, they have global response with the Heart Guard, and they have a way of poking out a member out of Mongolia with their Love Wave. So with this, they have vision. They have more coverage for the hitboxes, having the Novaria's Astral Echo. So with this, they're letting out the Terizla loose for Mongolia.
This is crazy though. What if they park the Fredrin in the XP lane, they take the Ling so they don't have to deal with Angela Ling?
That's a good one.
That might be an option here and probably what they're discussing because that could happen on the flip back here. Still, this is one of the powers of having Fredrin locked in. It's Valentina
There you go.
So they decide to go ahead, lock in a signature pick. This is once again the journey here to this championship stage. Eisen was known for this Terizla pick. We'll see if he can make it happen here. And as you mentioned earlier, OSX, the Martiz comes through, so it's not going to be the Ling option.
I love it. They're going for the comfort. They're going for a signature. I know, man. In the previous game, even Eisen is saying, no, the Fredrin is just not right for me. I need more. I need more action. I need more flicker penalty zone combo. I'm not used to this. I want more action. He's back in the game. He has the Terizla, and you have the Valentina. So you get an ultimate out. Either you take maybe the Novaria, even the Angela. No. But it's a good way of countering for a bite, though, because a Franco is usually a great counter either for the Angela or even for the Martis. But although even the hook can be, dodged or even evaded, but it's just covering the tracks of them being suppressed in most of the team fights.
I'm still wondering, too, because we've also seen the Novaria work wonders. I feel like more so in the mid lane, right? Mid lane because Angela's going to be here to roam. This might offer them, I'm not sure if they're able to, but for the gold lane, if they can somehow, for Kazakhstan, pick up another poke gold laner. If that's going to be the Beatrix, then so be it. At least that provides you with some form of dynamic when you approach the game, where even that if you're down in the early game, late game, as you make your way through that, you can still rely on your poke potential, right? And then engage when you need to. Because just looking across from you with these first 3 picks, you already know you're going to most of the time have to respond to the engages from Mongolia.
Speaking of poke, the Beatrix has been banned. I love that you're going with the marksman. The point of having a great composition around his first 3 picks that you said, either it's a Brody, because there's so much distance across a Terizla and across Valentina, it has so much evade and dash. So either this is a Brody, well, they ban it out.
They ban it out.
Okay.
They're narrowing it down.
Okay, this is gonna be spicy for the choices of the marksman. Yeah, it's a Claude, but
That took the spice right out of you, didn't it? Because this is what we've seen Aleem play now.
Yeah.
From yesterday to today. So this is clearly comfort for Aleem. He wants to go ahead and roll with this. We'll see if they can execute it similarly like they did in the previous game. But you know, that still leaves to question these last 2 picks, of course, from Mongolia. They've got to fill in that gold lane, and they have to also be able to fill in a solid roam option as well, right? That needs to cover the base. And if it's one of those, again, going with the game plan of durability, a tankier type of roam, this could spell another difficult task right ahead of them. But this time, it's Mongolia that would be going with that durable lineup. In a couple seconds here, they'll lock it in. It's going to be Sustain is the name of the game. They lock in the floor in here with a Leslie. An interesting lineup, though. Something different than what we've seen from the previous 2 matches.
Okay. So since there are a lot of catch, there's a lot of way to restore HP or a quick player response from the Angela. So they're seeing this as an invade, kind of like they're gonna wait who's gonna make the first move, and with the Leslie's coverage of vision with the ultimate snipe. I guess this is like a one-time way of like saying if they have a window that they could actually strike a member or 2 from Kazakhstan, they will take it. So with this, the final thing is we're waiting for Kazakhstan is an EXP.
EXP.
Lapu
What if
Lapu.
it's Barretts?
Either Lapu Lapu or Barretts would actually show.
I feel like Barretts was just like, a rare thing that we saw. Okay, yeah, the Lapu Lapu comes through.
Yes! This is
This is a flashy matchup.
A flashy. More flickers, more jumps, more CCs, name it. Trampolines all over the map.
If we're gonna go out, we're gonna go out in style. That's pretty much what both the
I
teams
love
are
it.
saying here. So
I love it.
great lineup for both. Biggest thing though, once again, is now that you don't have the Baksha, it was the first ban. So you kind of had this idea from Mongolia, like we want to go with this sustained lineup. That's why they locked in the floor in. So if you're Kazakhstan, how do you deal with that, right? Yes, you have the Angela, so it's kind of a battle of who has that more prolonged team fight capability, right? But at the end of the day, can you solve it quicker than the other team and win those early skirmishes, win those early team fights?
Yeah, the windows, the opportunity to make this composition work. I said this is a great matchup. We're seeing draft-wise, they have more ways of answering the problems early on.
Well, here we go. It's down to this in the first best of 3. The team that loses will be sent out. It's a Mongolia and Kazakhstan. Who takes the series here?
The fight might just break out. They're just looking on the positioning of Ethan right now. He's trying to get vision. Florin and Angela just meeting on the orange. It's just like, okay, somebody's here that's like trying to get a hang of where is the junglers right now, because as of this point, Mongolia's Frederick or Cesara is farming through, and this is just the case of the Angela. She could just be anywhere with the focusing mark. It gives extra damage. So by just being near the pressure of Kinesis, it's an additional damage that you might get not using any skills. It's just an advantage. Kashi low on mana though, and we're going for a pause.
Okay, we're going to take a little breather here. One thing too, as you already mentioned, with the focusing mark from Kashi, the great thing that they could utilize with this is, once again, when you use that heart guard, and if it's on a Liam, right, especially the Claude, and you're able to time that well, that additional damage on the certain amount of targets that he's able to land on will really help the Blazing Duet, right? Now, it's a different, though, because, once again, it's a battle of sustain for both of these teams, right? And also, if you look, you have the Brave Smite over here, the Florin locked in, right, for Ethan. So, and this time, again, not only will he be sustaining some of his own lane, helping with the bloom, that heal, and everything else, whereas Angela's a little more focused on whatever target she is with the Heart Guard, right?
Just
for the most part, yeah, for that. So, in a way, it's like you have to juggle. How do we deal with the sustainability? How do we deal with the healing? But I think this early on, one of the big parts, obviously, too, is because of the floor and because of having Brave Smite, the lane presence and the threat there is going to be difficult to deal with. Okay, so there was already a first blood. Ethan was the one that grabbed it, by the way. Hold on, Red's going to be in trouble.
Whoa, that's only about Flash. That's 2 jumps. 2 flickers committed by Aizen and Red. He was eyeing to take down Red, though, but he was just too far over reach. They just dodged each other with a flicker.
Okay, it looked like... So we take a look here, yeah, behind us. So, okay, Ethan got the first blood, and somehow he got Kashi down. So, you know, interesting, because leading into that, when we took that little break there, again, Ethan, he's gonna, especially with this first blood, the way things kind of unfolded, like, he is going to have even more of an advantage now, at least for lane presence, right? Lane, the threat in the lane and everything. So, you know, that is already crucial in this early point of the game. Not exactly sure what happened. Teams are figuring it out here. Looks like it might have gotten solved pretty quickly, but still, you know, as we look at that, these early first bloods, and even from what we saw from game 1 and even game 2, the early first bloods, depending on who is able to get that, they can play around that very well, and I feel like that might be the case here. Once again, even though these are, you know, sustained heroes, they can still do quite a bit of pressure in these lanes, 30 seconds away from that first turtle. So as we get back into the game, you can already see it, right? Things setting into place here.
Yeah, Mongolia ahead by a few gold. Now Bebex as well poking out Aleem. Same on HP, almost half. We're looking at Leslie versus Claude now. Just by securing that objective, speed of pressure that you've mentioned earlier, Mongolia has eyes on Kinesis, just pulling them off, and Mongolia just wants coverage here right in the first turtle of the game. Cesora, though, is trying to poke in and putting the turtle right on their side. Kinesis as well. Retributions both ready. We have Magic Shoes picked up by Red, and more cooldown reduction for this Novaria. Look at the knock-up from the penalty zone. They take out one. Kinesis falls down. Ethan flickers out for safety. Kazak as well, so not letting him go. Bravest fighter would answer for the damage. And now coverage onto the turtle. Who gets it? And it's Cesora for Mongolia. Objective is secured now. Kashi might be not in a good position. They secure a kill out. Aleem, just 2 gold laners up top, poking out each other, and now objective-wise, it's with Mongolia.
That was massive for Mongolia, man. Not only did they get the turtle, they got a couple of kills there too, and it went into Aizen's hands. That is huge.
Massive.
On someone who is known for this Rizza play. He's gonna go one-on-one though.
Oh, look at that. HP just dropping down. Kazak, use a flicker, and Kazak falls down. Oh, no, Aizen falls down. Completely confusing with the sun there. Yeah, just completely heated up action in XP lane.
Interesting that Aizen actually decided to, you know, stay with that. Ethan's in trouble now.
Ethan, oh, that is just a complete help. If you have this Angela, you can just have this confidence with moving through, just poke Evident out of the enemy. Heart Guard, Love Waves, that's 2 skills just running over. Okay, Aizen is back. Again, from the EXP lane, he's not letting Kazako as they cut down lanes. Kashi, on the other hand, trying to make Forbid out of his comfort zone. 45 seconds to the next objective, and Caesarus has spoken the hell out of Red, and a Praiser's Wrath connecting and secures a kill for Mongolia.
Getting the close-up action here, you know. And as the game progresses, though, I gotta say, Kazakhstan's still holding their own. They're finding their own little wins where they can, and I think that's what's important here, right? Now, as it leads in to this next turtle, that's crucial, right? They don't want to just give that up or have the similar situation that happened before where not only did they give up the turtle, they gave up a couple kills too, and you can see the pressure still trying to force Kinesis back here. They really want to control the space around this first or the second turtle. Heart Guard, though, comes through.
Yeah, that's getting annoying. The Heart Guard and the Love Waves. Now Kinesis has eyes on Zora. Look at the damage. Will it pull through, though? Will it pierce through? Zora, Pacer's Wrath just used by, again, Ethan and Forbid with the team up, aiding Cesora, but now Turtle now is ready for take, and Kinesis, though, dropped just from the eyes of Forbid, and Aleem trying to suffice with the damage, but Ethan as well has great coverage on this turtle, and Zizora, Aizen, and Ethan freely secures this objective.
So once again, it's a bloodbath. They're still going to be going, though. Kashi is in trouble here. A couple hits away will go down. Kazakh, though.
Well, the action just keeps on flowing right now. Kazakh up against 2. Here comes Red Astral, Echo now being used. Much more larger hitbacks for Kazakh. Now used for reinforcement. They now poke the hell out of Zizora. Now, will he get the purple, though? Okay, this just contention right over the objectives right now. It's just 5 minutes. Hardguard continues to show here to help Kinesi to chase him down. Zizora will be caged down in this pit. Now here comes the response right onto the Gloom. 2 members being trapped. That's the appraisal threat connecting, but Kazakh using to be the bravest fighter, but the penalties are right from the back. Aizen, look at the damage falling down. The Spellbound as well. Bravest fighter for the counter. Now Red as well. Might go down, but that's just a complete peel. They felt it. They felt it through piercing on their defenses.
I can't believe Kinesis and Red got away with a sliver of health like that. That was such a good penalty zone from Aizen, but also just how much re-engage and engage they have. And now with all that happened in the past couple minutes, plus this turret going down, they further the gold lead 4,000 ahead here of Kazakhstan. So at this point, again, your backs are against the wall for Kazakhstan. They've got to be able to get what they need on the right players here. And look at this, the focus right on Kazakh. He might be in trouble.
Wow.
Depends how they play around this.
Look at the shots coming in from Bebex. Kazakh falls down. Kashi as well for a bit is not letting him go. Wow. Onto the stun and to the slow for a bit is right onto the turret of Kazakh. And now Kinesis as well trying to get reinforcement. Ethan and 3 members of Mongolia are ready to fight. Aizen, though, in the positioning, man, the massive plays coming in from that penalty zone is just completely devastating for Kazakhstan. Now completely holding it through. 4 members of Mongolia here. Kashi's looking for an angle right on the back. Penalty zone doing 3 things. Wow, sustaining more of this spell down, making it work. Kinesis, though, ultimate snipe, covering the defenses through 2 bodies from Kazakhstan, offering their life to not let Kinesis fall. And we're going in for a pause.
That's a whole lot of action happening there, you know, and like I said, we're not able to see the eagle eye view on some of this, but it's just unfolding time and time again here, and it just seems like Kazakhstan is trying to constantly catch their breath. You know, that's how it feels for the most part, because everything is being thrown at them. Thank you for that, because that's how it feels.
Even me, like, wait, it's just 6 minutes, and so you have this action back and forth, looking for objectives, looking for something to contest with, and then a lot of things just keeps on happening. And the positioning of the EXP laners and for the aid of the hard guard and with the love waves, it's becoming a problem, and it forces out a lot of members to respond on those skirmishes that where the Angel or Kashi is coming from.
Like I said, the problem here is that, yes, Kazakh is, you know, luckily he's 4-1. He's having actually a really good game in the Lapu Lapu, but he's got to wait for the rest of the team to kind of catch up here. And this is what we were talking about too. Anytime the Claude pops up, it's very similar in a manner of what we saw with Irithel, right? It takes time. You need those 3-4 items to get there. Where on the flip side, Bebex already has 2 kills on the Leslie, man. You saw the true damage hurting before we took that break.
How many snipes?
A couple shots, not even with the snipe, just a couple shots already whittling down the members here. So we're jumping back into the game, and you can see it, right? Once again, Kazakhstan down quite a bit of gold here, nearly 4,000 or 5,000 gold. They're probably going to have to give up this turtle. As they do, Zixora able to secure it. That's 3 for 3 now.
Frederick is just so effective right now, in even on the prio draft, just being in the utility. Wait, hold that thought. Kinesis might fall down here. Kashi for the defense offering, using his body for the last hit for Kinesis to fall, but Ethan secures the kill. Now following up with the kill, Kazakhstan is trying to hold. Okay, coming for a pause, we're just right there. Bodies just completely dropping down. The pokes focus onto the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, just getting a glimpse here at the map too. This could, once we get back here, this could result into some crazy fights unfolding. Look at the placement too, ZXora.
Oh, he got stunned. Kazakh might use an ultimate to escape. Yeah, Bravest Fire's being committed. Aizen though, 2-man penalty zone, but Bebix with the killing spree. Snipe hurts so much that they are forced to go back to the base. Now 4 members here trying to clear up some waves here. Defenses might be the target now of Mongolia to get more of the resources out of Kazakhstan. We have eyes on mid. Now coverage-wise, defenses are now falling short. 3 kills, 3 deaths rather onto Kinesis. We have 2 deaths on Kazakh, even Aleem. Even for the quad, how's the damage department now?
The damage department right now is getting even more grim. Like we said with Aleem, he is struggling, not exactly where he needs to be just yet, and they're looking to collapse down on Kazakhstan anywhere they want to. Whether it was a tier 1, tier 2 turrets, they're finding plays where they need to. I mean, even Forbid, taking the decimate here just shows once again how far ahead they are, right? Leading into that first Lord is going to be crucial for them. And I just think it's better at this point. Kazakhstan doesn't even contest that first Lord, right? Just give it up, farm up. You have to get these items on Aleem. Red is also just picking up this Ice Queen wand, right? We're at almost the 9-minute mark here. So it's getting very, very difficult for them to really find wins in these team fights. Now,
speaking of finding, look at that, Akashi. Yeah, off-cam killed it. Aizen just takes him out.
That's even to build up what I was saying there. It's getting grim, right? And Kazakhstan is falling further and further behind here. 7,000 gold now, right? The difference. Just give up this Lord. It's going to go in the hands of Mongolia unless some miracle happens. But that's most likely not the case. That is just a golden staff being picked up here. 9.5 minutes in. You got to park Kazakh where you can. He's pushing in that bottom tier 1, and then he's going to have to be there for the team, right? He has to be there for this defense once this Lord marches in.
Yeah. Now 14-5, advantage gold-wise. It's with Mongolia. Love what you said, the XP laner from Kazakhstan is rather making a bit of a progress going for the push. Again, we have a Lord marching down bottom. You need to cover your tracks. If you want to get into a team fight, might as well clear up lanes so you can focus more on not having a chance, as you say. How will they even have a glimpse of hope in team fights? So one way or another, they need to solve a problem for just in the lanes and just commit to something once team fights just happen. But the problem, they could actually use it against them. Since Kashi now has no ultimate, there's no way of responding with the Heart Guard yet. So now they're putting themselves right in the protection of their own base.
Not only that, that's an endless battle being picked up here by Bebek. So the damage is going to hurt even more from the side of Mongolia. Lord will be made work of, though, but they lose a little bit of health on these turrets. The shield's also expended. So right now, Mongolia happy with that. They're going to go ahead and take the resources as well from Kazakhstan, as now the gold deficit has garnered up to 10,000 gold.
Did they get it?
No,
No.
Forbid got it. Forbid got it there. And again, at this point, OSX, and you know that it's down to this game, this match, for your tournament lives here, what type of miracle can Kazakhstan do to stay into this?
Wow. The items right now, nice. So looking at 2 blade armors, 1 dominance ice, and also Oracle, a lot of sustain is actually in the toolkit of Mongolia right now. On the other hand, we're looking at damage department. We have DHS, we have Golden Staff. Yeah, we have the Bloodlust Axe, but it's for me, it's not enough yet. You need to take it to a later stage of the game for you to have a bounce back in team fights. But now Ultimate of Forbid has copied the Ultimate of Kinesis. So there's a catch, there's immunity, and you have Necklace of Durance for Kashi. Something to aid with the magic defense reduction. That's the flicker onto the combo with the penalty zone. Kinesis just forced to even fight against Zora, but now being immobilized, Kazakh used the Bravest Fighter to take down Aizen. Right onto the base, Zora, 2 members committed right onto the base of Kazakhstan.
That's a win for them, right? Granted how things have been falling into place, they even get Bebex on the run, flickering out. Red's still in the hunt, though. Might land a couple more shots. Oh, Kazakh going in.
Oh no, Ethan now being trouble, being caught. That is the love waves. Being stunned, he can't use any of the dashes out, but now Forbid is forbidding themselves even to commit to more kills. 3 members out, same score, but that is just Kazakhstan finding windows.
There was like some hope there, right, for things to turn around, and I feel like they should have pulled back. They got a little overzealous, they overcommitted there, and now what this translates to is another Lord, right? They're gonna have to give it up. That's a Wind of Nature being picked up by Bebex now as well. He's pretty much fully item locked for the most part where he needs to be. A Divine Glaive now too in the hands of Forbid here. This is going to be a push into the base for Mongolia, and what they will do is continue to get these inhibitors down, most likely fully exposing it. Kazakhstan finding what they can around the map. They finally get that tier 1 down. Again, in the top side, they're still trying to find what they can, but still, ultimately, what they have to do is defend this space push and hope something amazing happens, right? The previous defense was it was a success. Granted, they were down 10,000 gold, and they made something happen, right? Great, but they overcommitted, and they might get punished here as they prime up. That's also immortality for Aizen now. He's going to try to emulate what he did before. 4 seconds away from the flicker, he's got the penalty zone available.
Now, will this be the final defense of Kazakhstan? That's a Lord taking down a turret up top. Now, members of Mongolia here ready to take down a strike out of Kazakhstan, but how will they defend? Damage-wise, Claude has now the corrosion side. 3 core items here for this marksman that could actually aid more of their setups. But will it be enough, though? The Kines almost dropping out. 3/4 of HP from the damage of Bebex alone. And the tower falls down and completely taken all of the defenses now. Mongolia is trying to open up the base here. Kazakh is trying to bite down Ethan. But now with this kind of setup, how will they go through this? That's the knock. A 3-man penalty zone on to Kazakhstan. Now Mongolia has free range to take him down. 1 EXP later, still safe. Going back to the base. Now Red is on half HP. Ethan, though, falling low. Now forced to use that gloom. Now will this be just the inevitable being delayed? Aleem go back to the base to restore some HP. Now Kashi takes up the Ice Queen one.
Still trying to finish it here. I mean, they're holding on right now, even without Kinesis. Still able to go 4 versus 5 for now, and it looks like they defend successfully, holding on to their life in this tournament. Now, did it just delay the inevitable? We'll have to find out, but you can say that Kazakhstan has the clear they need. They have damage as well, but in that moment, you think it's going to end with Mongolia capping out that game. It was a 3 or 4-man penalty zone from Aizen, and they still couldn't finish just yet. So at this point, we're again 30 seconds away from the Lord. I just don't see Kazakhstan making their way there to go and contest that. It just would be better if they continue to try to stay in their base here, but really, do they have enough yet? Aleem, that is the question. Does he have the items he needs? He's got the Demon Hunter Sword, he's got the Corrosive Scythe, he has the Golden Staff, he's still working on that 4th one. But that's the thing, can you have enough damage to deal with that, right? And it looks like, look at the placements here.
Yeah.
They're covering their bases.
Oh, yeah, they need more protection this time around. Lord is up. Cesar is looking for an opening here on who's out of the defense here, but 4 members present onto the L bush. Still looking for an avenue. Now onto the positioning. We are seeing Mongolia just securing more of their coverage. Astral Echo now being used, but Kinesis now trying to poke in Aizen. Okay, let's see who's going to pop in first. Okay, slowly but sure, that's the Gloom being used by Ethan now. What's the comeback? What's the follow-up? No, Lord has been reset, but onto the back lines. Sora now might fall down. Kines is not letting him go. That's the kill secured by Aleem. Now Kazakhstan as well is following up for a recovery from that takedown, but this time around it's Mongolia trying to invade. All hands on deck to finally take down another member of Kazakhstan, but the recovery just right onto the base pushed them back for defense once again.
Okay, they're not going to go for the Lord here. They just want to end it, right? Mongolia knows they took down 2 members. It's a 3 versus 4 here. And right now, Kazakhstan's still holding on. The poke is too much. And they get called back. They're down their jungler, so they couldn't commit to the Lord take just yet because Kinesis is still up. So now Mongolia has to decide, what do we do? Do we set up? Do we wait for CXOR to come through? They're going to go ahead and start it up, whittle it down a little bit, but like I said, they got to be careful. It looks like Kazakhstan has no choice but to wait there, clear their base. They're making their way here to the Lord, but they're going to be a little bit too late.
Wow, Kines is just protecting Kazakh and Red. Meanwhile, Aizen here just being up front for everybody from Mongolia. Told you, he's not used to Ferren being in EXP. He needs more of the action just right on his hands.
Yeah, he at this point, once again, like I said, it's dire, right? It's still dire for Kazakhstan, but can they defend it, right? This is now what, the third Lord, second Lord, third Lord. It's 20-9. Okay, so the scoreboard at the top did freeze a little bit here, and so granted that though. Oh, all right, we're gonna take a look at the replay here. There was a push into the base too. That was that setup with that 4-man penalty zone here. It disappears the push.
Will this be the end for Kazakhstan? But they're not letting go of the chance here. But the Lord trying to push through with the minion waves. Ethan, though, half HP. But Kines is now being forced to go back to the base to recover, but being stunned and committing to another ultimate.
Wow.
They still live another chance here. Kazakhstan still holding it through. There's minions pushing in. Kines is clearing out the waves here. Wow. Still a chance. This is just complete discipline, the mindset of not giving up just yet.
This is impressive, right? Kazakhstan able to hold on now, multiple Lords marching into the base here. It's nearly 20 minutes in the game. There we go. It's 20-9, and they're down 13,000 gold. They're still making plays, though. That is just how decisive they are. Hard guard now used on Aleem. They're going for it.
Oh, they're speaking of going for it now. They're forced now to attack. Kinesis, though, is going on half HP. Look at the folks coming in for a bid. Just dashing through. Kinesis and also members, they used up their immortality. Now Kazakh is forced back. It's just team fights. Poking each other out and see who makes the wrong move.
Man, hats off to Kazakhstan here, because given how far behind they were, look at that. There's still a threat here to Mongolia. And Mongolia has to respect the damage that they have. Not only that, but you can see it, right? Working through some of those immortalities, working through the damage, and also at the same time, you know, it's great. Finally, Aleem has that Malefic Aurora as well, and they can work around that, right? At the same time, it's gonna come down to that. Again, another Lord 30 seconds away. They have to keep these lanes under control, pushing into the base. They don't have any of the base turrets. And can they keep it together? Because at one moment, if they get cut off, especially from Aizen, he's been looking for that too. We take another breather here. Aizen is looking for that constantly, right? He is looking for the backline angle to find who he needs to, whether that's forcing the early hard guard, whether that's forcing these early ultimates used up by Kazakhstan. It could work out for them in their favor as long as they can play defensively enough and keep aware from their surroundings. Again, OSX, I gotta ask you while we take this breather, do they just give up this Lord? Do they defend in their base? The clear that they have is great, right? Within the base, we saw that from the previous one, but we know that every time you get a Lord, it gets stronger and stronger, and so do the minions.
You're looking about, or talking about the Luminous Lord here, who's actually got a great advantage for Kazakhstan. If they have a way to just go through a bit of a contest for the retribution, it might work. For this, they have confidence to actually have extra magic burst damage. We've seen Red pick up the Blood Wings and also the Glowing Wand. They have more coverage, they can get more vision with the Astral Echo and Astral Recall, but the problem is, it could actually be used as bait. As you were asking, will the Lord be the bait, or will this be their saving grace? If they commit to something either from A or B, either way, it could be a high-risk, high-reward moment for Kazakhstan.
Well, what we're seeing, too, at the same time here is the fact that we're 20 minutes pretty much into this game. When we know usually in these matches, even if you have a hard time early on, you get to that 20-minute mark, everybody has the items that they need, right?
Yeah.
It gets to the point where who is able to get these resources out before the other, right? And like you were mentioning, sometimes it's just the battle spell. Sometimes it's even the item usages, like those Wind of Natures. If they can get them out early, if they can pop those immortalities, then those are the deciding factors here, right? And so far, honestly, what we've seen from Kazakhstan is they actually can hold their own in these team fights. They have the capability to. But a lot of the times, too, where it's worked against them, for example, if they lose the effect of that Blazing Duet potential for, you know, damage threat on multiple members, and it's only focused on one. Previously, what we saw is Blazing Duet was used just on ZX Aura, right? They only had one member that they were focusing on. He also had the Heart Guard. So it really comes down to that, right? Are you able to utilize these ultimates that you have that are game-changing for a lot of these scenarios?
Well, speed of game changing, you see the team fights just keeps on happening, and nobody's committing. Like the chance on who gets a great catch onto some of the hesitations that could actually be a window for those two teams. Just keeps on happening. A few seconds ago, we've seen them look for an angle. We see one look for a catch from the back line. But the one problem that they're seeing is there's a chance that they're respecting the power spike into the late game or even the mid game. Because if we're talking about the Novaria now, this is the window that they actually can utilize with the aid of Martis and a Claude. Yes, they were falling short from early game to the mid game, but the biggest threat here is once they get a vision for the side of Mongolia, it's their way of answering or picking off one, because the main damage dealer here is Bebix. Having that Leslie present from the back line could actually be a devastating pick-off by just using the ultimate snipe. So they have counter for vision, Astral Echo, Astral Recall, and the ultimate snipe. But if they have ways to commit, if they have a ways to commit to a team fighter, even for a pick-off, might as well go for it. Because if they lose the chance, might as well like take whatever. If you want to go out in style, well, this is the way.
Either of these teams are going to be going out in style. We did just get word too. They're going to get these things sorted out. And as they do, right, again, it's a crucial moment because at this point, really, it could just come down to the one team fight, right? OSX, it comes down to this, possibly the last Lord if they want to contest it. If they don't, then it comes down to possibly that last base defense. And so far, like we've said, Kazakhstan's done an amazing job at defending their base, right? Even when they're down thousands of gold, they've managed to hold on up to this point, which is quite the accomplishment. Now, the biggest thing is, can they continue it on even if they decide to give up the Lord? Also, the other thing too is, you know, when it comes to these battle spells being available, so far from what we've seen is actually great decision making from Aizen, able to land that penalty zone and everything else, the sustainability through there. Looks like we are going to be jumping right back in. So again, 20 minutes into this, Lord 15 seconds away. The decision here is, does Kazakhstan commit to this? Do they contest this? Do they wait in their base? Those are the questions they have to answer, because Lord is now evolved, and this one's going to hurt. Like, because honestly, if you just give this one away, the defense is going to be even harder. And that's why you see them trying to find a possibility here if they can. They know it comes down to this, and immortalities are up here for Mongolia. They have to be careful how they approach it. They're trying to get vision. That's what Red's trying to do, popping those astral recalls out. Bebex also planning himself here on this left side of the Lord. There, he spotted out. The vision provided. Lord, now they go in. Kinesis.
Kinesis with the Asher Aura being taunted by Cesora. Two-man knock-up here with the response of the hard guard. Kazakh has now ultimate onto Bebex as well as Cesora, but the damage will be enough. No, it won't. Cesora takes down Alim. Now members of Kazakhstan are forced to respond. Cesora now is being used to have a way to take on Kazakh, but he's just bought time for his team. While the base is being invaded by minions, they forced Kashi and Red to just be on the defense. It wasn't the Lord completely taking them out for this objective take. Mongolia completely securing this way, even an eye for the base of Kazakhstan. And for this point, they never had a chance, and Mongolia is moving forward to the lower brackets.
What a series we had there. Game number 3. Dark horses in their own rights on their journeys here at ISF, but Kazakhstan will not be able to move forward after amazing defenses. But ultimately, Mongolia decisive in their actions, able to take this series and move forward. What a series we had here. It was back and forth. Game 1 was probably the closest that we saw so far in ISF WEC. And Game 2, a little bit more one-sided there, but here for Game 3, despite the lead, once again, like I said, with Mongolia, had Kazakhstan able to hold on past the 20-minute mark.
And that was a great defense by Kazakhstan. Completely finding a ways to have a clutch onto that tight game. Having more of the answers with their composition in the later stage of the game. Whatever happens, yes, they fall down, but the learnings or even the experience spoke through, even on their last match, in this tiebreaker match in the lower bracket. Still an amazing performance from Kazakhstan.
Still got to be proud. Their journey, what they've accomplished, even through the group stages. Like I said, you can see the players, the teams, sportsmanship, very important here. And that's the thing, right? Even the story for Kazakhstan through the group stages, sending out some of these strong teams down and out. It's been amazing for them. Let's take a look here, though, for the MVP of this amazing game. Once again, for Mongolia, it's going to be none other than Bebex here on this Leslie 7-0-5. Deathless. Crazy amounts of damage. This is usually what you can expect when the Leslie is locked in and you get to have that ultimate gold experience there.
Ultimate gold lane experience. No deaths with a kill participation of 50%. I say he got more vision for his team, poke a lot of hell out of that Lapu Lapu by just building the Berserker's Fury and also the Rapid Boots. We have, again, the Blade of Despair and also the Rose Gold meter is an essential item when he built it onto the fourth part or the fourth slot of his inventory, because they're up against Anavaria, and for you to not get poked out and forced to go back to the base, you have that extra shield just in case something bad goes wrong. So Bebex, wow.
Bebex, and this is something that we've been seeing actually from his performance. I mean, even back when we had the opportunity to cast in Riyadh, right? When we noticed Bebex, the way that this team likes to play around that and utilize really a strategy that allows their gold laner to do that. You know, this is kind of exactly what you can expect from this team. Yeah. And still, once again, the reason why I said, you know, dark horses is because that back in the Asian Championships, they were seen as the dark horse, you know, back then, and they weren't. They're not anymore, specifically because after that time, they went around and competed in other parts of the world, and they did amazing things. Yeah. So now, again, Kazakhstan was there as well, and you have to be proud of Kazakhstan, right? So amazing series here. We are going to throw it over on stage with Fallout there, with our winners. Let's see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and that's right, Fallout here with the winners, the champions. Give it up for Mongolia! Make some noise live in the audience. And congratulations to Team Mongolia. They hang on, they survive, and they'll make it to the next round. I want to ask you, though, Kazakhstan refused to give up. Talk to me about your opponent there and how that match was.
Yeah, that was really hard games. Yeah, and I saw Kazakhstan playing against Indonesia, and they were really good performance. And we take this game as really seriously, and we prepared this so much.
Amazing. A lot of respect shown for his opponents in Kazakhstan. That's amazing. But how about your team? You guys went undefeated in the group stage. You have to feel confident going on to the next round, right?
Yeah, Egypt was really shocking. Yeah, we didn't expect them from that performance. Yeah.
Any final words or fans for people watching you at home? And what does it mean to represent Mongolia, your flag, in this competition? How does it feel?
Yeah, representing my country is really big honor, and I really love that. Yeah, and thanks for the fans who cheering us for the win. Yeah, thanks for everyone. Yeah,
that's amazing. Hey, congratulations! Round of applause one more time for Mongolia, everybody live in the audience and everyone watching back home. But hey, we're gonna jump to a very quick break. We have our next matchup, our other lower bracket matchup, Brazil versus UAE, coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We return to the playoff stage, and this is the lower bracket. Once again, I'm OSX. I'm with Nice2 here, and we're at match 2, where we're going to witness another go big or go home game for UAE. And one more team who's also looking forward to have a chance in moving forward in this contention is Brazil. Vibrant, and we're talking about the draft yesterday. We've seen more of the options. We've seen Guinevere, we've seen Florian. A lot of takes here for the draft. So how are you feeling about this? Because right now, we might see some recovery as they wanted to reset from yesterday's loss.
100% there has to be recovery. If anything, even watching the first series here and how I love it when it goes 3 games, by the way. I love that it started out with a very close game from game 1 and then to where we saw how it just kind of climaxed at the 3rd game. And really, I expect the same thing here because, let's be honest, looking at yesterday, both of these teams, Brazil and UAE, they didn't have the best time, right? It was very difficult in their matchups there. They went against some titans, right, in the MLBB world. And so I feel like now is their time where, obviously, even with the way yesterday went, you learn a lot from those types of games, facing against those type of opponents, right? So we'll have to see how that basically plays out for them here.
Looking at the upper bracket, we're looking at the matches of Egypt and Saudi Arabia, and we have Indonesia and Philippines. Looking at the chances here, we've seen amazing matches yesterday, Nice2.
Yeah, that was the 4 from yesterday.
Yeah, we're looking at upcoming matches that all of the fans are looking forward to. We are looking at the dark horses, we're looking at the poisons, we're looking at more of teams who's actually rising through the occasion to get back and bounce back from what they've been through from the group stages, and the playoffs started yesterday.
Yeah, and again, later today, again, this is a day full of 5 matches, so we've only got 1 under our belt. This is the 2nd one. Later on, we will see some of those upper bracket matches as well. So, unfortunately, we start the day with sending people home, right? So we are going to get a glimpse here at the lower bracket and kind of what's fell into place specifically, right? Earlier was that matchup. Amazing series, though. Mongolia, Kazakhstan, a back and forth. Unfortunately for Kazakhstan, they are sent out of the tournament here. Mongolia moving forward, of course, and now we have the focus on Brazil and UAE. And this one, I mean, the matchup here between these two alone, I kind of, if it was anyone, these countries alone are probably the teams to bring out some of those surprise picks that we were talking about, and that's why I really do think they are, vibrant in their own way, and obviously they have inspirations from some other teams around the world. But ultimately, right, you just want to see them go head-to-head here because yesterday I feel like wasn't the best opportunity to see what they had to lay on the table. I love seeing those picks. I love seeing the diversion or the flexibility in some of these heroes that are drafted and how they utilize them, right? So for the most part, hopefully they can do that here, and you have 2 teams that are really just kind of built around that play style.
Yeah, speaking of play style, we've seen Uranus yesterday pop up.
I think once, right? Just
once,
one time.
Yeah, we've seen more from Brazil. We've seen also, again, the Earthol. There's a lot of flavors, a lot of unique picks that they're strong at, and they want to have a chance of making something work this time around, because if UAE also is looking to have a chance on this one, they might want to consider a change of this draft as well, because yesterday you've said non-meta picks have been showing up. So a lot of things, a lot of opportunities could actually happen in this match. Now let's throw it over to Fallout together with the teams right on stage.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our lower bracket matchup of the World Esports Championship. And introducing our first squad representing the heart, the soul of South America, it's Brazil! And our second team coming from the Middle East, it's none other than United Arab Emirates! Make some noise, everybody. Give some love to UAE. Both of these teams fighting, clawing for their lives. Gentlemen, I'll take both of you here for a quick pregame interview. I'm going to start with you on the Brazilian side. You ended up here in the lower bracket, but you've obviously had a good tournament so far. What went wrong yesterday from your perspective in your matchup?
Well, I think we had a lot of problems. We studied a lot our Indonesian team, but they are very strong. So I guess some things went wrong in our communication in the second match, and ended up being a 2-0 for them.
Makes sense. And look, obviously the Asian region typically dominates the global scene for MLBB, but talking about the South American region, do you guys feel like you are there, you're ready to compete with the rest of the world?
Yeah, we actually are getting stronger and stronger every day that has passing. So we are training and we're gonna show what we can do.
I love it. Amazing. Well, I'm going to bring it over here to UAE in the Middle East as well. I'm going to ask you the same question. What went wrong yesterday in your matchup?
Like we have a lot of mistakes that we didn't see during the match, and we will try to fix it and not do it again in today's match.
Makes sense. And talk to me about your confidence. How do you feel against this Brazilian team? You think you have an easy win here?
No, it's not an easy win. We will try our hard, and they will try as well, and the best will win.
I respect that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Let's get ready for our matchup. Gentlemen, shake hands if you can. Give some love to each other, and good luck to both teams. Feel free to exit stage left here. And again, round of applause, everybody. Let's get ready for this matchup. Make some noise as we go ahead and send it back to our casters. It's Naisu. It's OSX. Gentlemen, take it away.
Amazing matchup ahead. It's Brazil versus UAE. And a lot of things could actually work this time around. Having a great recovery, yes, admitting to the problems yesterday. This is the thing that we're looking forward to. How will they bounce back? And they had a day, they had a night to fix it up. So maybe we're looking forward to another different flavor, but maybe a refined version of Brazil this time.
Well, taking a look here at the lineup once again for Brazil. They've got Upatizi, Uzizio, Black, Super Syndra, and Luna. And these, once again, these are guys that are familiar names for the most part, right? You've seen them before, and they've competed, right? At some of the international level, or some of the biggest stages in the world at the international level, right? And now that's the thing. You hear from the interview right there on stage that yes, they went against a powerhouse team, right? The teams that typically have to face against these powerhouse teams, I feel like there is always a sense of, I don't know if it's intimidation or how they look at it, but they know that they have a formidable opponent in front of them. Now, one of the biggest things that you can do with that is learning, right? How do you learn from that game? How do you learn from that series? And some people might see it as a one-sided affair in terms of these matches going on, but really, if you really break it down, it's a chance for you to improve as a team, right?
Speaking of improvement, we're looking at the lineup of UAE. For the goal lane, we have Buez, we have Jed for the jungle, we have Travis for the XP lane, Drago for the mid, and we have 7M Dan for the roam. A lot of ways that we can actually see their prio picks from yesterday, but since both of them coming from a loss, and since a big go big or go home match, things could get, again, all out in their own choices. But now we're looking for meta picks. We're looking for comfort picks that might actually show up on how we saw UAE back then in the qualifiers. So maybe this time around, they can change something up, or they can tighten a little bit on how they can approach the draft.
Yeah, and again, in a similar fashion from what we saw yesterday with UAE specifically. Now, Jed had some amazing performances himself, you're seeing here too on screen. And even when he locked in that Yuzhong, right, at one point, I think he was leading, or at least had all the kills on the team for his for that matchup. And unfortunately, the great thing about XP laners right now is that, for the most part, if you do get that lead, there is some form of impact that you have early game, right? Especially on a hero like Yuzhong. So hopefully he can do that again here in this series, but then where does that cap off at? Because even if you have this lead on this XP lane, you still need the follow-up, right? You can only do so many sets, so many set potentials with a Yuzhong or the likes of a Lapu or a Terizla even. But if you're lacking damage in that mid lane, in that gold lane, then at some point it's just, it's diminishing returns. You can't really continue on that way. So hopefully, my biggest thing for UAE is that they learned from that yesterday. They can come up with a game plan that does roll with that strategy. Like, let's rely on that XP lane if we need to, but also have the tools in place to follow up on a lot of those amazing sets that we saw yesterday.
Speaking of their performance yesterday, they're the first team to actually use the Balmond back again. We're seeing surprise picks from yesterday. Yep, that is Luna right on our screens here, just flexing on right onto our cameras, but an amazing showing of UAE yesterday by the usage, as well as that's the actual game that we actually saw a good Melissa game.
Yeah.
Against Philippines.
Again, you know, in terms of that, whether it's a Melissa, whether it's these kind of unorthodox picks like the Guinevere that they pulled out, really it just, anything can actually work for the most part. Like that's what we've seen even from some of these picks so far, even from the group stages to where we are now. But really you have to have just kind of a couple different plans, right? Because teams have kind of shut some of those down pretty easily.
Yeah.
Ballman just did not work yesterday, man. Like there's no sugarcoating it.
Yeah.
It was shut down, and just you hope to not see it like that again. I'm not saying you can't play the Ballman just like we did yesterday, but you gotta actually have another plan for it, because you know at the end of the day, the way things are kind of falling into place, like teams that prioritize so much CC, you know, when you have a hero like that that literally cannot do much once you're down out of the abilities, once you expend all of them, even with a lethal counter compared to a Fredrin, like it's not enough, right? Especially cooldown wise, it's much longer. So hopefully, depending on how they want to play this jungle out, I think that's where it really starts for these two teams, is obviously getting a better start to the jungle, because both of them did have some struggles there yesterday.
To add some personality and spice on how UAE is going with their draft yesterday, most of the heroes that were banned from game 1 and 2 is the Eve, the Faramis, the Kaja. Mostly, these are the compositions for team fights, and that is the strength of UAE that we saw back then in the qualifier. So having a level on the priority on the bans of these kind of heroes is an actual change for UAE. They're like being pressured to push, to open something out of the book in their hero pool. Because if this is just the complete concern of UAE to bounce back on this game, might as well secure their strengths, or where they're good at, or even their comfort picks. Because if we're looking at more of the meta today, they have used Paquito as the jungle, they use Fred, Valentina. They're not too far with the meta, but they have greater ways to execute more of their own lineup back then that we saw there, where they're having matches in the group stage.
Okay, so we've established that both these teams like to, you know, go against the grain, basically. And now that it comes down to, once we actually see that first draft kind of come into play, exactly game plan-wise, right? And for the most part, what we've seen here, OSX, is once again, one of them will want to still go for, you know, we've seen Brazil actually like to go with those sustained lineups if they can go that way. We actually got to see that in the previous series, right? Where finally it was the Florin versus Angela setup. And most of these games, they're actually banned out, right? A lot of teams don't want to deal with the sustained lineups. But now if Brazil gets their hands on, whether that's the Florin, whether that's the Angela or the Estes, that could actually work in their playstyle favor. But still, ultimately what it comes down to is setting up that pace. I think early on, once again, for both these teams, we've been talking a lot about the gold lane, but here I don't think it's necessarily that for these two, right? XP lane matchups for one, but then that jungle matchup and how they kind of scale throughout the early to mid game.
XP and Rome, we see Lana use the Lolita yesterday, as well as the Kufra.
Yep.
So it gives a lot of attention on how they want to get great coverage now on. Because if you're saying that if the jungler or even the XP is a great factor from UAE, and as Brazil is concerned with the draft, so they might need to have that extra vision. Because yesterday, most of the time we've seen the Lolita being shut down from early game to the mid game. So how are they gonna go through with that kind of AoE that you're setting? Because on similarity, we're looking at the bans, picks, and drafts from these two teams right on stage. They mostly rely on heavy team fights. You have the Eve AoE, you have the, well, primary Estes is the prio ban against Brazil.
Well, you know, meanwhile, for everybody holding tight for this series, if you're watching at home, we are going to be doing some giveaways, I believe, in the stream. So if you got the streams pulled up, you can actually win some skins and other prizes.
Sweet.
I believe they will be throwing out some codes here for you guys as well in the chat. So go ahead and make sure you check that out. Of course, we appreciate you guys watching from around the world. We know that a lot of people are tuning in, not only to the English stream, but the other various streams going on as well, to support this amazing event. And once again, like I said, these matches are crucial, right? Because you have the lower bracket matches. We've already seen Kazakhstan get sent out by Mongolia, and now it's down to these two here. to decide the fate of each other, right? And hopefully, once again, once we get things settled out and figure it out, we can have another 3-game series, right? It is going to be a longer day today for us over here, but we love it. We love watching and casting over this type of MLBB action. And I just think, too, you know, as we talk a lot about these lineups and the meta that's established itself, you can only deviate so much from it without going too crazy, because that's what we were talking about yesterday, man. When it was that floor and it was that Ballman that popped up, and it was a little bit too much. Right, so I feel like now it's great to see some experimentation. It's great to see, you know, vibrant picks. Like I said, even I love the Guinevere. It has worked in the past.
It did. EXP, yes. But at some points we've seen Guinevere being used in the jungle. But if you're up against either a Fredrin or a Martis, it's something that you need to recover from. Because if you get poked down earlier and you see more of the teams just visiting your camps, it's a problem that you need to address. Either you get shut down earlier and not provide the items for your team and for the team fights. So it's a question, actually. Because in these two matches we've seen from yesterday, from Brazil, even from UAE, they rely on comfort. They rely on signature picks.
Yeah.
Estes, that's one of the picks that Luna has back in the days that we saw in the international stages that really works for him. So we could either see the sustain meta that we're seeing, will Baksha pop up again?
I think, you know, Luna's been very vocal about who he idolizes in the MLBB world.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
And we can actually see that in his play style for the most part. And, you know, I love the fact that when you have these roamers that are willing to go into that territory where they're not only these setters, right? The setting style of roamer players. They're also into the sustain options. Not only that, but then now you have this kind of variation too happening where you're actually like a poke support, right? And that's what we see a lot of times with Novaria popping into the support or the roam role, if you will. And it can happen, right? So that's one thing that I would say. And yes, I had some expectations specifically yesterday for Luna. And unfortunately, again, granted who they were up against, it was tough for them, a tough day for them yesterday. And that's why I think today we really see them shine here. Both of these teams have the potential to do that. And if you look and break it down from role and from lane, they're all great players, obviously, right?
They are.
Point. But I think one of the deciding factors for a lot of this, and not just for these two teams here, but as we get progressed through the playoffs, is obviously that synergy. Like, how much synergy do these players and does this team have? Some have been playing together more, or at least like longer than others, and it does show in some of these matches.
Well, speaking of the lower bracket, I think now they're more energized than ever, because even myself, if I get straight lose streaks in my own ranked games, in the last game and that I'm about to lose my current rank, that's where I rise up. That's where I fire up. So this time around that they're in the lower bracket, maybe they can wake something up from this moment on and use it as an advantage to translate this into a success. Because as you're trying to put out here, it's go big or go home for UAE and for Brazil as well. So either you show something new up for your sleeve on your sleeve, or just probably go straight with your own signature picks.
I think that's the common debate, right? Like, we even talked about this yesterday. Do you go with those comfort picks? Do you go with the meta picks? Some of the meta picks obviously are comfort at this point, you know, for these pro players, how they've pretty much sorted everything out, figured things out. And ultimately, it just comes down to what is your game plan from game to game in these series, especially, again, when it comes down to this kind of stakes. And you're facing elimination pretty much, you know, so it comes down to that. And I think, you know, I wouldn't be surprised too if we just see a different approach from both of these teams. And we got to see UAE play back in Riyadh, and even though they had a rough day yesterday, their style of game still actually improved and changed from that time. So we'll see if a day is not that long, right? But if they learned or how they established themselves here today.
I haven't seen much of the Uranus having a good standing. I mean the EXP lane right now is such a good lane to actually control team fights, take on to the cut lanes, and mostly you have a way of taking advantage onto the back line of your team, especially with, again, a Beatrix or even, again, an Irithel. That's how you disturb things, because you were talking about earlier back in the draft in the game number 1, Yuzong also has good games. We also see good games from, well, Terizla. He was number 1 on the charts. So with this, XP lane could be a great factor, and as well as the roam picks. we've seen Atlas yesterday.
Yeah, I
Been
know
used.
you were excited about that.
Yeah, been used, been banned. And for a moment that I went back to watch the games yesterday, at some point in the draft, a gourd could actually work.
It could.
Poke potential, I know you're smiling right now.
It could.
Yeah, we could see it from here. It could happen.
I just like and you know, we've seen it around the world being picked up, but I feel like now that we've seen kind of things establish themselves here, it's almost wishful thinking. It is the same can be said actually for XP lane too. There is these obvious picks that just work so well in the XP lane. You know, you already mentioned them, and I just think that you're almost doing yourself or the team. You're giving yourself a disadvantage if you don't take some of them up. Okay, we got things figured out. Like I said, we can contemplate about the draft so much, but until we jump into it, and we do here, we have Brazil on that blue side. UAE is going to be on the red, so we know priority will go over here to Brazil. We'll see how they kind of plan this out. We were surprised with some of the priorities from yesterday, and it could pop out here. You already see that, right? Some of these support-focused bans. The Angela, the Florin is taken out. Baksho we will not see, who has really just risen through the ranks for the jungle options here.
Yeah.
So now, once again, I'm wondering, does Brazil actually want to take what we're used to seeing, which is a Fredrin, a Valentina, or let's say the Estes slips through? Do they actually feel like they want to play that style and pick up the Estes this early on?
Good point on the Estes, though. It was focusly banned yesterday, 2 games in a row by Indonesia against Brazil. Now they banned out the Kaja. Since they have this way of seeing a disable from team fights. You don't want that pick off from Divine Judgment. You don't want the Turtles Poissons going around you once you're into the back line. And with the presence of Angela, it gives you an advantage to use the assassin here that you're comfortable with. And yeah, that's the SS ban. Still respect on to Brazil from yesterday. So the open thing now for Brazil is you have the Eve as well. You have the Valentina. What will be the priority here for Brazil? Will it be the mage or will it be the jungler? Because you've mentioned earlier, it could be the game changer for Brazil and for UAE.
And as we get through this draft, once again, for everybody watching around the world, we do have codes for you in the chat, so make sure you keep an eye for them when you are watching the live stream here to give back to everybody supporting this amazing tournament. Once again, ISF, WEC, we're down to this now. The first phase is done. Fredrin picked up, not surprised here, still statistically at the highest for ISF, and actually just everything.
All around the world, maybe?
Fredrin is just the pick. That's why a lot of people like to call him the Chad pick, right? He's always picked up here. He does so much for the team. You can not only put him in the jungle, you can put him in XP. We've even seen him in other lanes. The response, though, so far is, once again, you got Novaria in the roam paired up with the Eve here.
Well, speaking of coverage and also AoE and Vision, you have all answers. But this, Novaria being present here, I think it's the Eve could actually make the magic work if they want to cross the mid-game, because this is where the Vera shines, and they want to have that, well, momentum to build up for this hero, because as of the early game is concerned, what she actually can do is just poke out, use the Astral Recalls, Astral Echo to spam out the hell out of the teams or players' heroes right onto the early game. So with this being on the table here, if you actually paired with Fredrin, they actually can get the marksman right now. Beatrice is open, well, Valentina as well, but no, they went for the Uranus. They used this yesterday. They want the EXP lane to be their own strength in dictating team fights. So yeah, Martis, okay, a little bit of change for UAE. I'm loving it. And also for Brazil, priorities on the jungler, it's good. You have more sustain now, and as well as for UAE, you have more catch and poke burst.
I like it, right? There's quite a bit of poke available. You can see them too, still focusing on these roam options because that has not been picked up yet for Brazil. So wouldn't be surprised if it's one more. Again, you know, Franco is also still open right now. We might see that in the hands of Luna here. But as they get through it, in the flip side, Brazil wants to focus down that gold lane. Both teams, right, haven't had the gold lanes locked in yet. Only the Claude being taken out here, being banned, is fine because still it leaves a lot on the table. You still have the Beatrix there. I would honestly love to see a Clint come through here in the playoffs. We saw him a little bit in the group stages.
Yeah,
either him or the Bruno, man.
Yeah, we haven't seen those two. It's perfect. You have an Eve here for UAE. It works. You have coverage, you have burst, you have a borderline here. And again, another respect here for the roamer of Brazil.
This is almost like Hackaluna,
Yeah,
basically. This
4 bands.
4 out of 5, but still, like,
Hackaluna.
it sounds familiar, right?
Yeah, completely. Lolita, Kufra, they used that yesterday, and they're respecting the chance. Because, again, we're looking at the stats of UAE and Brazil, mostly driven by team fights. And once they have a chance of getting the Eve on their draft, it's a great way of utilizing their early game.
We'll see if they spend this last ban here towards another gold late option, narrowing those choices down. Again, it would, this might just leave once Earthil on the table again. I would love, like I said, to see the Clint that they go for an XP lane, though. Solid choice, because this was exactly what I was talking about before we even got to the draft, right? We saw Jed's performance on the Yuzhong yesterday, and it was phenomenal. He was actually carrying some of that momentum early on. And so they've narrowed that option down as well. Brody is going to be picked up for the gold lane here for UAE. Still a solid choice. Another hero that has performed actually relatively well. And if you pair this up, now it's funny because all these portraits, have the shade of purple here, but they work really well together because of the poke potential, right?
Yeah.
The way that Novaria works with providing the vision, not to mention you have, like you said, the astral recalls to poke people down. You've got control around those objective zones with your rear world manipulation from Eve, and hopefully you're allowed to just let Brody get the marks off and then fade away with torn apart memory. Like, that is the best case scenario for them, and then you have cleanup with Martes. How do you round that out?
Wow.
Oh, this is inspiration right here from
Matilda.
Luna.
From Kufra, from Estes. Wow.
What kind of airlines are we on?
Well, we're looking at
Matilda.
Brazil right now.
Yeah, the Brazil Matilda Airlines, right?
We're
That's where
calling
we are.
it the airlines of Brazil, Matilda Airlines being present. The composition of Brazil right now, coming from inspiration. This is how they attack the back line, knowing that they ban out the Yuzhong, even the carry. They don't want that initiation being disrupted, and they have more control if ever they want to disable the ultimate of the Eve. So there's no XP lane hero present yet for UAE. So with a great way of seeing this possibility, there is still Lapu-Lapu, even to Rizla, open for the XP lane here.
Let's see what the last pick is. Tarizla.
There you go.
Comes through. Solid lineup for both teams across the board here. And so far from what we've seen too, Tarizla's being just phenomenal for the most part, statistically. Now, biggest question is, can they follow up with those setups that they're going to have? Again, vision-wise, it's great for UAE here. They also have control around a lot of these objectives, so it's going to come down to, once again, Irithil. Can you get those items as fast as possible that you need? We know that she struggles in terms of time needed to get to that damage department.
Yeah.
And it's going to take those 3 or 4 items to really shine here. So we'll see, right, how they play around that type of strategy.
Yeah, they have counters for Eve. They have the Valentina on their side. And for the Tarizla, they have a Fredrin. They have 2 answers for 2 heroes here for UAE and as well as Brazil. Let's see how this game goes. Game number 1, and we're at the lower bracket. Who's going to make the first momentum to maintain their refinement and recovery coming from yesterday? It's Brazil versus UAE.
So, normal startup here. No early aggression just yet. Gonna take a little breather, right, while they settle things out. Now, just trying to get a glimpse here, too, briefly there, was the emblems set up with what they're trying to use, right? So at this point, again, you have to wonder, given their team compositions here. Now, Matilda specifically, and this is what we were kind of talking about leading into this series, OSX, was you are expecting some of these surprise picks, if you will, or these heroes that aren't typically picked up. Right, and there was a time, too, when Matilda was she was everywhere, right, for the most part. And even with the way that the bans went, you saw how much focus was on Luna's hero pool here. And he decides to pick up Matilda. Now, there's a reason why Matilda has kind of fallen off in terms of popularity over the course of, like, these, the months and the year.
Yeah.
But still relatively useful, I feel like, in the current meta, especially with mobility offered here.
Yeah, speaking of mobility, we're looking at 3 quantum charges present for Brazil. That gives them the early game, well, advantage. You have the basic hits, you have the HP regen, you have more ways of sustaining more of your lanes. But if you're up against a Charizla, you need more support from here. We're looking at Black, we're looking at Super Syndra right down bottom, just holding on to the XP lane, trying to get a poke out of UAE. Now, if early game is concerned here, this is where the Mathilda would shine. You have that AoE activation. You have more ways that you can actually utilize this. We were expecting, well, personally me, actually he would use the focusing mark from Mathilda. But now he's more onto the quantum charge. Utilizing his basic attacks for HP regen, maybe he wants to sustain team fights rather than invading or actually enhancing attributes in team fights.
Not only that, but I think you're just also using that quantum charge emblem because it allows you to be a little more aggressive when you're poking down, and you know those minor hits here and there can really whittle down the members of UAE, so they have to be mindful of that. Not only that, but mobility is just great right now in the current setup for a lot of these matches, a lot of these team compositions, right? That's why you see so much of the quantum charge also picked up. You see a lot of sprints even here currently. Hold on, Upa might be in trouble. He's already going to be focused down. Decimate comes out, first blood already in the hands of UAE, all before that first turtle comes up on the other side of the map. So they're going to make their way there. Bazizio trying to plan himself around here with Super Syndra.
Yeah, this is the pros and cons of having a Mathilda or even a Uranus. On the side of UAE, they have catch, they have stun, they have spellvamp. So in early game, you can either shut down the momentum that Brazil can actually do with the presence of Mathilda, but now first objective is up. More coverage of Brazil is in the area, but they're pushing away Travis, even Jed, not being close for this one.
Okay, turtle secured. I don't think they're even going to fight that. So, you know, you were thinking, would they press the kill on it? Black did an amazing job just kind of zoning out the members here, so they couldn't really even commit to it.
Yeah, speaking of commitment, now looking on to the objective or even the momentum of UAE. We have 2 Impure Rage present for 7M Dan and Drago. He has the magic shoes now. Having the extra cooldown reduction in the first 3 minutes of the game would actually give a lot of poke potential for Brazil. So looking at this window that they have right now, they have the Valentina, they have the Mathilda, and as well as the Irithel. They can poke the hell out of these heroes and force them to use resources. But as you can see, we have items on our screens here. We have the mana, you have extra defense from the steel leg plates, but that is just for the EXP lane. So mostly they're building up for the first core items, but on the other hand, on how UAE sees this, they have more advantage to drain resources out of Brazil.
Not only that, but you got to take in consideration the fact that first blood went over in the hands of a Martiz. We've seen this before, right? Martiz getting the early kills here, using the decimates just on top of each other. It does spell a disaster for the most part. Anytime one of these junglers do get these early kills, they're usually able to snowball pretty well, right? So that's something that has to be you have to be mindful of here. And at the same time, just again, controlling some of these objectives is going to be difficult alone, dealing with an Eve across from you. So you're kind of forced, especially utilizing Valentina, to take that real-world manipulation as well. And you see a lot of aggression here, right? This is kind of what you expect when you have a Matilda on your side, kind of just floating around, literally roaming around, trying to put pressure, flying around, if you will. And they look like they might want to focus on Buez. Buez, another player that has performed really well in even previous tournaments. Right now against Upa. Upa, you know, all over the place he has competed and has been on championship teams. So also his mechanical skills are quite impressive. There's an off-camera kill. Super Syndra did get one. It looks like Travis also down there. They also get the flicker up here, 7M Dan. So Super Syndra was focused, gets a kill though, 1-to-1 across the board.
Looking at the presence of Super Syndra, he's on level 6 up against Drago, who's on level 4, even against 7M Dan. We're looking at 2 mages here, but the advantage right now is in with Super Syndra. Knowing her passive, the higher XP, the higher chance of, well, deteriorating poking damage that can be utilized against UAE. Looking at the first item here, we have more ways of using the magic penetration. She just got the boots, but it's one essential item to actually make for Brazil to have an advantage in exchanging skills and even the poke. The focus right now is up top. We're seeing Buez, they're just pulling 3 members out of UAE. And just as that, we're looking 2 members down. We see Black, we see Fredrin just eyeing on taking this objective, and just how the magic works for Brazil, it's working.
Super Sindra going to be in trouble here, looking for the Decimate, finds it under the turret, able to get away a little bit, but Yupa is there to meet him. Can they grab the kill? RWM comes down, Travis will fall. Meanwhile, Turtle's still going to be worked on. It will be secured by Bazizio. They're still working for it though. Trading kills for objectives. Turtle, second one of the game secured for Brazil.
There you go. Having the right amount of decision, precision, looking for damage. Look at that, Black versus Jed. The Charizard almost dropped down 3/4 HP, man. Against a Uranus. Still making wonders right now in the meta. And just by looking on what happened there in that replay, the setup came from Travis by taking down Syndra first. And just skirmish continues to happen, and going back on how they wanted to utilize a takedown from Brazil, it's one thing that we're looking forward to Brazil to actually utilize as they go on entering mid-game.
I like too, that, as we see that XP lane matchup, they're just kind of left to the whims, right? Let them battle it out, let them duke it out here. A lot of the action is just happening around, especially the gold lane, because both of these teams know what they want to do. They want to activate their gold laners as fast as possible. Even better yet, if in this case, if it happens to be Upa, he's going to be in a great position to help carry out with this damage for the team, because he's the biggest impact here in terms of that physical damage, while he has a lot of teammates to focus on soaking up damage here.
Yeah, speaking of impact and damage, Buez now, hold that thought.
Yeah,
Pokes.
I don't think they're going to be able to do much there. Pokes come through, Luna. He also already used that Circling Eagle, so interestingly enough, they weren't able to capitalize on that. They're going to have to retreat and back off for now.
You were talking about the impact on damage on both 2 marksmen here present. We have the Windtalker present for Upa TZ, but on the side of Buez, you've mentioned how he performs early game, but Pokes coming in from Travis and Jed though. Black still holding through the Pokes, thanking him for those basic hits. If you're in Arenas, you rejoice on those basic hits completely.
Okay, right now, once again, top lane going to be the focus. Buez backing away, forced away from the tier 1 turret. 4 members. Travis looking for a cutoff here. Might be trying to make something happen. He's going to take the brunt of the damage. Has to retreat here. RWM going to be set up by Syndra on the response. Travis falls. Here comes another one. Appraiser's Wrath will fall as Buez goes down as well. 2 down here for UAE. And now the resource is going to be taken from the jungle on top of it.
Looking at the utilization of ultimate that Luna used, targeting Travis right on to the follow-up of the real manipulation made by Super Syndra. This is the team fighting prowess of this lineup. It was the ultimate of the eve. It's from Drago that's being used against them. As those moments, as those windows open, Brazil sees opportunities to take down UAE. And just as that, this is the threat of the Mathilda, and as well as the Valentina having the additional poke, and as well as the takedown. Enhances more of the attributes. It's an invade composition, but it works right now against UAE.
Yeah, once again, the focus here. Turtle, third one in the game, looking like it's going to go into the hands of Brazil. Travis trying to get some information. Might not be able to commit to it, just looking for that retribution if he can get it. Gets taunted, Bazizio able to secure it, and there goes the Circling Eagle. Travis in trouble, falls in the river, gets another turtle. That's 3 for 3 for Brazil, and they continue building the lead here. Eyes set on this tier 1. Bazizio gonna force Jed back. Jed takes a couple of hits. RWM set up by Drago, holding them back, but they lose the turret.
Wow, Luna. On to the response, on to the positioning, utilizing the essential guidance throughout his team is a great way to enhance most the physical attack and the magic power in those team fights. Right now, compared to yesterday, he had a good breakfast. Completely having a great performance where his team is leading to take down UAE in most of the parts that they can be disabled. Now looking by the lead here, it's on 6K. Now looking for opportunities to take on the orange. Black just completely diverting him. Look at that shed. Flickered out.
Defensive flicker. He did use that penalty zone, but unfortunate. He's just going to have to watch this turret get whittled down. Should handle this minion, but just a couple hits away. They do look to capitalize on it. Able to get it. Tier 2 falling here. Space advantage is massive right now for Brazil. They've got 4 turrets down. All this leading into that first lord of the game. It's going to get increasingly difficult for UAE to find space to work with. Let's take a look how the items are falling into place here.
We have the Enchanted Talisman present on Eve and the Novaria, as well as the Magic Shoes. Right now, in terms of poke, it's not much, but they have to hold more time to build up for the Scorch items, the Magic Burnt Power of the items that can build around the Novaria. If we're concerned more of the damage department of UAE, Buez could actually be the key, and as well as Jed. Utilize the Spell Vamp and the Blade of Heptasis passive, which gives you an extra way of getting physical attack and damage, because most of the time, Buez is keeping distance.
Top side, it looks like it was already committed. Jed might be in trouble. 2 versus 1 for a while. Gonna force him back, takes a couple of hits, will fall finally. Drago, a little bit too late to the party, trying to help him out. The rest of the team here now, with the guiding win, they back off. You saw it, Luna gave it a go. He used that flicker, the circling eagle, and they started up on Jed. Not the target you'd expect, but they found it, and they went for it, and all the meanwhile, Lord started up here by Buzizio, having just the time of his life in the jungle.
Right now, Super Syndra having the ultimates of the Mortis and having the ultimates of Eve. Yeah, they completely take that objective away out of UAE's hands by just the Primal Force alone. 2-level gap XP against 7 of Dan and Drago completely gives him an additional damage and as well as convert it into HP. That's why he continually sustaining team fights over and over again as he gets more catch for his team.
Now once again, UAE finding themselves on the defense. Lord making its way down the bottom lane. They're gonna have to deal with it eventually. It should be made quick work up because you have great tools available to you. But once again, Brazil pressing the situation. They were looking for Travis, not gonna be able to find it, but they will find this turret, tier 2, top side. Still Lord making its way. Very well managed waves here. Holding on to that tier 2 in the mid lane. Still gonna be working for it. UAE, no option but to just turtle into the base, defend what they can.
Yeah, speaking of defend, you know the Super Syndra has the ultimate of the Marcus. They want some catch. Oh, 2 members being taunted. They're black, though. Initiating the fight.
RWM going to come through. Penalty zone was committed. Still looking for a kill. Lord finally going to fall here. Holding onto that inhibitor turret. They're still looking. Upa quite low. Buez not able to get the marks he was looking for. Torn apart memory. Couldn't get the kill. But they hold on. They hold on at least to the inhibitor turrets of the base. It was only that first Lord. They need more time here, OSX. They're 7,000 gold behind.
Okay, they can go on for defense because as we talked about earlier on what is the ultimate that could be the game changer for Brazil. It's the catch, it's the decimate of a Martis, but as we see the composition of UAE, in the damage department, they need to actually have more damage and penetration inside of Brazil. Because if you can see, Buez just picked up an additional item here for the Brody. You have the extra damage from the Malefic Roar and as well as the Demon Hunter Sword. Yes, he has more ways to answer the defense in Brazil, but it needs to be complemented by magic. We have more ways to observe that. We have Drago right now completely have gotten his item here for an additional Scorch and Poke power up against Brazil. So in this point in time that they keep on buying more ways to gain extra more items, this is just their way of amplifying their team fighting strength.
The strength is in the fact that they also have tools they need to get the vision, but what's happening too is you're just seeing it, right? In Brazil, in their own way, they're the ones pressing the situation. They have this type of lead, why not, right? And if you can get a kill early on before the next Lord starts up, then that's great because it looks like the UAE might actually want to contest these, right? They're trying to find space to work with in their own jungle, trying to scrap up what they can. Because, like you mentioned, Buez is that saving grace for them later on, right? He needs a couple more minutes, I would say. He's got 3 of the items he needs. He needs another one. And also in the defensive department, right? He's got to deal pretty much with this. Now, it looks like Lord's going to be started up once again. Buzizio already has the immortality too, right? He's had a very, I would say, just kind of passive game. He's just focusing on the objectives. He gets them. And meanwhile, Black's been doing an amazing job just holding up that front line. Yeah. You can see it. UAE wants to come here. They want to get vision on this. But it's just too late. It's better if they just defend for their base.
Melted down quickly. Objective secured by Brazil. Taking the Lord with them, they would have an extra advantage on push. But just look at defenses, UAE hasn't taken down a single turret from top to bottom, even though there's a slither of health there. This is the lacking department of their own composition, the damage. But at some point, they're also respecting the damage out of Brazil, that they want to buy more time, and this is the mid-game. Will this be the answer of 7M Dan? Let me just look at his items right now. He has the Ice Queen wand, he has mana present, so he has more slow. Once they commit to that, it could actually be a key to penetrate the backline of Brazil. But some points, if there is some bit of hesitation coming from the advantage, or when they decide to strike, that could mean a different route if they do so.
Zizio has had a very passive game for the most part, just focusing on objectives. Now he's going to help the team push into here. Turret goes down to the base, bottom side. Lord will be worked on. Now eyes set on the mid lane. UAE trying to hold on, clear these waves as fast as possible. They have to respect the poke still. It is there, especially from 7M Dan on this Novaria. They clear it out. They hold on a little bit longer. Both turrets, though, mid and top, lose more than half of their health. And you can see it, right? Brazil still, even despite the lead they have, they're still respecting what could happen for UAE. Black, though, he's going to be just fine.
Just pulling 3 members out of the base of UAE.
Consecrates it through. And again, they still have to work through these immortalities as well. They don't want to commit. They don't want to overly commit. They just have to control these lanes pushing in. There's going to be no signal here. Real world manipulation expended. Upa takes quite a bit of damage, ultimately fine. Heals back up with that Haas Claws, and they're back to it.
Let's check on the damage department here for Buez. By just looking at this, yep, he rushed the Rose Gold Meteor here present for his own protection, because there's damage coming in from Syndra and as well as from Luna's Mathilda. So having a way of having an assurance with him is actually have to have that extra shield once his HP drops low. So with the immortalities present right now on Brazil, they could actually have more confidence to have a pickoff from this one. That's the reason why Super Seniors now is having a way of stealing an ultimate out of Travis, but so far, if distance is concerned, he can't move an additional step because he could get pick off by UAE.
Divine Glaive being picked up here too by Drago will help them out. You saw that the build they were going for between him and 7M, very equal, right? I mean, they have pretty much the same items, but with Drago picking up the Divine Glaive, that is going to help them, because if you're looking at a lot of these team fights here, OSX, they have to be able to kind of burst through what's happening. And now that Upa has had this pretty good game on this Irithel, who we've seen struggle, at least statistically, you know, up to this point in the playoffs, Upa's where he needs to be. You just have to catch him. But who is going to catch him, right? Your biggest thing is poking them down from a distance, defending in the base. I just wonder how long can they keep it up. From what we saw last series, man, where Kazakhstan held on for, what, 3 Lord pushes past that 20-minute mark, despite the 10K gold deficit that they have, you can't say it's impossible, right? So UAE, work cut out from them. Lord's going to be started up here, probably uncontested. You can see them getting in position, though, and it will come down once again to this defense from UAE. Can they pull it off? We'll have to find out.
Glad that you pointed out the distance that Brazil has established against UAE. If you're looking for a way of having a catch for the composition of Brazil, either Jed right now could actually jump with his the Terizla Flicker combo, as we used to say. We have the penalty zone, you have the flicker. It's the element of surprise that they actually do. He has the Blade Armor, he has the Oracle, he has the Dominance Ice. Probably has a way to deplete the attack speed, but good thing that you point out Drager right now. Since he's rocking the Impure Rage, he has more ways to amplify the Glowing Wand and the Divine Glaive. That is complete magic penetration and damage over time. So with that kind of Scorch Power, once either a pseudo-tank, Martis, or even Terizla could actually initiate a setup, that could mean business for Drago to just use the Void Crystals, use the RWM, and slow everybody down on team fights. Will this be their chance, though? Look at Travis up top, half HP.
Okay, Lord still bottom side. They're going to lose the inhibitor turret here. They have to make a choice. What do we focus on? Meanwhile, Brazil now eyes set on the mid lane. Lord still now making its way to the crystal, will be worked on. Clear it out. Jed going to take a couple shots here. The lane now pushing into the mid side, a couple hits away for this turret. Base is going to be fully exposed. Circling Eagle comes through from Luna. No follow-up, though. They're happy with just getting these base turrets. They don't want to overcommit here for Brazil.
10K gold lead No turrets left for UAE to hold and defend. Now they have just minion waves trying to compensate the destruction of their turrets. There's no defenses being taken down inside of Brazil, so now they have a bit of a time and advantage because they waited for the ultra late game, as we call it. We have two mages right now that can be activated. That's the Novaria, that's 7M Dan, and Drago with RWM. The problem is if they could get caught at some setup that Brazil could actually do, it could mean devastation for them. But if they can have a chance to rotate around the map and take a pick off out of this team, they have a way of deteriorating or taking out the damage department of Brazil. Look at that.
Okay, the fight for this
Jed
orange buff here. They might actually just give it a go. Penalty zone comes through. Super Syndra gonna force them back. They're cut off from the team here. Still gonna be going. Travis has that immortality too. The rest of his team coming to back him up. There's the RWM gonna force Black back too, but he's quite tanky. Torn apart memory already gonna be used. Travis now on the run. Upa trying to fire off here. And no one falls, but the immortality was used up. And all this, once again, before the next major objective. The Lord is just seconds away.
That was just a force of peel, power, and damage from Brazil. Used up all resources, ultimates out of UAE. Those kind of team fights and those kind of way of like getting through in your team fighting composition could actually mean damage out of your defenses. Right now, they can't actually even contest. Look at the damage from Super Syndra. Wow, that hurt. That actually hurt.
He's got to respect that damage. You were talking about this earlier, and you can see it, right? Even from Super Syndra, the magic damage is massive at this point. Buzizio going to go ahead and continue this Lord. We'll see if they can turn it around. They decide to go back to the base, too. They've got to manage those waves pushing in, and they just give it up, right? They don't want to contest the Lord. Give this one over to Brazil once again, defended the base here. We saw once the combination came out from Super Syndra, it's kind of like, all right, now I have second guesses, right? And not only that, but he's fully item locked and he picks up the magic potion as well. So as they prime up for this base, it's tough, right, for UAE, but they should be able to pull it off. Travis also picking up some more magic defense here with the Athena shield. He needs it after that.
You have the magic potion right now, the mines of Brazil, it's go time. You have the damage, you have the burst, you have attack damage, and also taunt. A lot of ways to answer and take down the base of UAE. So with the moment that they have the magic potion right onto their hands, look at that item locked. Is that two? No, that's one Guardian Helmet, even Queen's Wings. Is this delaying the inevitable? But Buzizio here receiving damage though.
Certainly he'll come through. They found the target. Travis gonna be the one. He goes back towards the crystal. Lord still has to be worked on. Jed gonna go in with the penalty zone flicker, forcing Upa back, but no one falling just yet. Jed taking the brunt of the damage, has the immortality available. They clear the Lord and the minions. Brazil quite low. They'll heal back up the best they can. UAE holds on at the 22.5-minute mark. Can the game end here? Brazil wants it, but it's not going to happen. Base by UAE, they hold on longer.
Yeah, wave clear still present. They have the Eve, they have the Novaria, and this is their window to actually shine with all of the items present. Yes, there's a 10k gold deficit, but for UAE to strike here, this is an advantage. Will they be in pursuit? Will they be able to catch or isolate one from Brazil? Because they're looking for avenues. At some point, 5 minutes ago, they were looking for a way of isolating a member, either Super Syndra or Upatiza, because if they commit to team fights, such as longer than, 10 to 15 seconds, actually one of them could fall down. So that's the problem. So either they sacrifice one with a great setup, or they can actually just go through and defend over and over again.
At this point in this territory and game-wise, this is longer than usual, right? 23 minutes in, we've seen 4 Lords now. This next one is going to be even stronger, right, at that point. So UAE, yes, they had a successful defense there. And can they continue to pull that off? Now, to a certain degree, they could. And we saw them burn through some of the immortalities as well from Brazil. So, it gets that much more basically crucial for them and how they approach those fights, because as that Lord gets stronger, as those minions get stronger marching in, it takes you a little bit longer to clear them out, and that's where Brazil is looking to punish. So some of the timing here too from Brazil's initiations, it looks like it's a little bit off, right? Or at least the counter punch is usually coming from Jed. the way that he's playing this Tarizla. And although he had, you know, KDA-wise, Jez just 0-1-1, but for the most part, he's at least keeping people at bay, and he's got a counter around what Black is doing here. So now it's down to this once again. Lord spawns, Bazizio in position once again. UAE probably just going to make the call. We might try to get some vision utilizing this Novaria that we have, but ultimately, maybe we just give it up here. They still have to manage the waves crashing in on the top side.
Yeah, 7 and Dan just picked up the Blood Wings. We have the highest magic power penetration onto the team.
They're going to go for it.
Will they commit to this, though? There's one member coming from the back, though.
Okay, the slides come through. There's the taunt. Now they're going to get collapsed on the backside. Buez in trouble. Black focusing him down. Immortality comes through. They're waiting for Drago to get there. The flicker comes in from Super Syndra, able to get the kill with his own penalty zone. Drago makes his way to the party, but it's only Black caught in the real-world manipulation. Buzizio now leading the frontier with Black. Finally, Immortality will be popped. Travis is going to go down here. Upa still alive with the Immortality. Brazil does not need the Lord here. 2 are down for UAE. Do they run it down mid? Do they go for the Lord? It looks like they're going to go for it here. Black once again paired with Bazizio in the front. And it looks like they just get the call. You know what, guys? We want this Lord. It's better. It's safer. They go for it. But look at this. UAE also knows what's up. They don't want to give this one up freely.
Yeah, not yet, because in the ultra late game, you have longer death timers. As you can see, they went from 60, 72 seconds, and now with no damage deal from Travis, even for Buez, this is a window Brazil can take. Oh, Upa though. Oh.
Look at that look at those numbers, man.
Wow. Yeah, it's just showing up on our screens like 340 and 300. So devastating to see.
The problem with it too is all the immortalities are back, right? Like everything that was accomplished earlier on about 5 minutes ago, it's back to that, right? Immortalities are there. The potions are starting to be picked up. That's the 5th Lord now. And UAE, once again, finds themselves in the defense, but this one is very grim. Yeah. Like at this point, 5 Lords, the 5th one, the charged up here. It's going to be tough for them to defend this one.
I'm seeing 3 Immortalities. I'm seeing Divine Glaives. We have also Queen's Wings. We have a damage reduction for the Uranus. Change with the Rapid Boots. He wants to get more in the front line, having that extra movement speed, plus the addition of the Queen's Wings. Right now, you have extra damage reduction paired with the Oracle. Oh, he actually sold it. He used with the Anticuraz and the Dominance Ice. So with this point in time that they have the late game in their own side, they have greater ways to actually soak up more damage, because the department right now, the damage department of UAE is much stronger. But how can they defend this?
Black once again going to push them back here. Luna went in. Jed jumps in for that penalty zone. They're able to find Upa, but he's fine for now. Still has the immortality. They have to get rid of this Lord here before the crystal is destroyed. Upa, finally immortality going to go down, but the Lord is still up. And Brazil is looking to take this game in a long 27.5-minute match. They draw first blood in the series.
The longest game right now in the playoffs. It's the lower bracket. And this is the energy. This is the mindset of the teams right now. It's go big or go home. But having the strength right now to recover coming in from yesterday. Brazil slowly refining their own comfort picks. And the draft, wow, being vibrant. Mathilda onto the win rate, man. We have to put it in our list.
It's great to see it, right? And at the same time, I feel like this also could have been a game that maybe ended 5 minutes ago, right? Like there was an opportunity for them to end it, and you actually saw, like if you guys caught that earlier, right? There was something off with the initiation and then the follow-up timing, basically, right? But still, inevitably, Brazil does it. They get the job done. 27.5 minutes. That is quite a long game in the current state of MLBB competitive play. And for the most part, 5 Lords as well. Bazizio had a great job. I feel like this was, how we call it, like vacation mode for gold laners. Like this was almost vacation mode for the jungle for Brazil.
Gold laners on holiday.
Yeah.
Because you were saying the game could ended 5 minutes ago. Well, let's check up on who's the MVP of this game. Coming from Brazil, it's none other than Upa TZ, the Irithal, with a kill participation of 88%. Look at that, items. He even had the Winter Truncheon on the 27-minute mark, having a great defense of invulnerability in team fights, and you have splash damage and physical penetration all present, and you have the sprint. You have a way to escape, you have a way to get in the back line of the team. He was just going around with his tiger and throwing arrows on everybody.
Yeah, I love that he did the switch too. He had the immortality. Once that was gone, he then switched over to the winter truncheon there, so buying a little bit of extra time. So, you know, just great job here from Upatizi. Also on a hero like we've been basically talking about since, you know, even when we saw it in the group stages and then we saw it yesterday. Irthil's just one of those heroes. You need the time. And I feel like Brazil had nothing but time in this match, this game number 1, right? They were able to do that. They were able to secure themselves a lot of these objectives.
Yeah.
And there was so much focus on these gold lanes. And I think Luna played it very well, you know, especially not just as a team, how they protected that gold lane. Because at that point, we've pretty much talked about this extensively. Like, you either have to, I don't want to say completely babysit the lane, but you have to take care of it. You know, you have to make sure that your goal laner gets to where they need to be.
Yeah, better performance for Luna, great coverage on the map early game, but now it's game number 1. Point goes to Brazil. We'll be in a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we're back for the second match of Brazil and UAE. This is still the playoffs, and we're at the lower bracket of Yash 2023 World Esports Championships. And this is Mobile Legends Bang Bang. You're back here with us at the desk. I am OSX. I'm with Naisu, and a tough game that we're seeing. We're seeing more teams recover from yesterday, and that is just Brazil taking the first point against UAE.
Yet again, you know, based off what we just saw from the previous match, it was a long one. It was 27 plus minutes, 27 and a half, I think. And it was also I just feel like it could have been a little cleaner on both sides, you know, for the most part.
Yeah,
like it was a game that was extended because of certain reasons and certain things fell apart here. But Brazil, like I said, ultimately getting the win was great. I think if you're UAE, once again, I want to talk about the team that has to make up for that first match, right? They have to make grounds here. If they want to stay alive in this tournament, they have to take it to a 1-for-1. UAE, on the other hand, they really need to focus on the jungle, right? And I said this actually before we went in even to the first draft, you know, focusing on the jungle here I think is crucial for both of these teams, but now more so than ever for UAE because, man, we just saw Brazil coast through the jungle. Every single turtle, every single lord, basically, every single objective.
All objectives, not even a tower taken.
Yeah, literally in the hands of Brazil. So if you're UAE, you want to kind of be able to prep for that, right? You want to go in with this game plan for the second game on how do we secure ourselves a better time in the jungle. And that might be dealing with also, you know, managing the roam options here available for you because once again, like I said, in the XP lane, it was relatively well. Jed, with the Terizla for him, didn't work out the way that he wanted to. I feel like for a majority of the game, when you lock in a Terizla, you want to be able to initiate a lot of the fights, but when you are constantly kind of losing these lanes, losing the space around the map, how do you find those initiations, right, for the most part? Because Buez was nowhere near where he had to be on that Brody pick the previous game by the time that they were looking for these early fights, these early skirmishes, you know, so I just feel like for UAE as a whole, secure that jungle for you, and hopefully it has this kind of ripple effect in the other lanes as well. And, you know, maybe that's up to, let's go and just go the hyper route, right? Let's do this assassin jungle pick and go there and really control the pace of the game.
Speaking of pace, I know where you're going to, or where you're coming from, and looking by the struggle that they're looking for an avenue or a setup, at some points you said, it could have been over 5 minutes from then, but they were looking for ways of like isolating more members out of Brazil. But with the presence or with the threat of Mathilda being with them most of the time, it's just completely a complete counter if somebody makes the first wrong move on who they catch against Brazil. So yes, they have ways to answer that. They have the ultra late game with them. They have all the items locked in. They have all the damage. They have all the magic. But the problem is, how will they execute it? I know that you're coming from a way that you're seeing a different route for the composition, but maybe if it was a different choice for Terizla or for Jed, it could go in a different way. Because yesterday, we see him use the Yuzong. Good performance on the Yuzong yesterday, and this might be their chance to maybe go back on how they want to publish or refine this game, or iron something out from what happened to game number 1, because it's just the team fighting composition that they're working through. Yesterday they used the Valentina, they even used the Angela, and had a good Melissa game.
Yeah.
So with that, they just need more time because they went through the ultra late game where the death timers are so long, it takes up to 70 seconds to even respawn. It was just an inevitable vision, like, if somebody falls down here, we might end up getting our base crushed. So with that, well, you need to make your decisions, or even the precision of having a right target onto the composition of Brazil.
And in terms of that, once again, you know, you kind of have to just figure out, really, if you're UAE, how do we want to approach it? And I think even if you're talking about bans, majority of those bans were focused on Luna, right? That's why we called it like Hacka Luna.
Yep.
Because 4 out of the 5 bans were focused on Luna's hero pool alone.
Their own picks.
So if, like, in a way, and Matilda is still relatively, it's a good pick, but I feel like it just has fallen off lately in the meta. But the bans that they utilize there, they can actually let some of those slip through. And if they decide that maybe we just fight sustain with sustain. You know, give up the Angela, give up the Florin if you want. Like
Open it.
maybe even the Estes, and like have a plan for that. Whether that's taking the Baksha, who has been just a top pick right now, even just today alone, could also work for UAE. You know, so I mean, there's a lot of opportunity that they have based on the draft alone, and that's why if you're just kind of comparing game 1 draft and then what's ahead of us for game 2, they can kind of go that route. Not only that, but they should be obviously on that blue side. They should be having that priority if they can, the flip here. And at the same time, maybe it's also just this OSX, like if you don't want to go for these assassin junglers who we've only seen a small percentage of teams be able to really utilize. Like there's only certain teams or players even that like to go that basically assassin route, right? Maybe they take the Fredrin this time. So here we go.
Draft is up. Now we're looking at the prio bands of UAE. It's the Florin, and it's a problem for region. You were talking about sustain. You were talking about different ways to counter the region, and this is one way to secure it. We're going with the respect band again with the Estes, and for Brazil, you have the Eve as well. So taking out the AoE coverage just a big of a problem for team fights. So if they ban out the Eve, a lot of things could be open again. We might see Fredrin again. And with this, slowly getting through that sustain. They take out the Angela as well, take out the Eve. So one thing that could be open, and that what was missing for UAE, is the pull. It's the pick-off. Kaja was banned in game number 1 in order for even the Matilda to even show on the last pick. The prio ban on the first phase of UAE was the Kaja. So in a way, they're seeing more of the counters early on so they can have a greater positioning on the draft. So Baksha is out, you don't want that sticky. Again, Tortoise Puissance around all of the team fights. And for Angela being out of the picture, a lot of assassin heroes could actually show up. See, we're talking about Kaja. The pick-off was missing from UAE. Brazil completely takes out it.
Right now, like I said, still open is the Fredrin. They could probably just prioritize that, park him in the goal, or park him in the XP, or even the jungle. Flexibility's there. Fredrin pops up. Not a surprise, right? Statistically, still the highest here. Globally, actually, for the most part, Fredrin just fits the role anywhere. So now the response most likely, like, because Eve is taken out, you obviously want to take a Valentina for the most part, or you can actually just go ahead and take Novaria since she is also open. But, you know, even with that vision that Novaria provides you, you know, you have to be able to follow up with that kind of information. So with a lot being left on the table for Brazil here for their priority picks, these two that they get, they can kind of play around with this, right? It's okay to give up the Fredrin, really, because you can play against it depending on how you want to play around with this jungle.
You're talking about follow-up for Novaria?
Well,
Paquito could be open and being used, but Charizla, oh yeah. Paired up with Valentina, that's complete AoE disaster. Right on to early game, and you have more advantage. You had a good Valentina game in game 1 for Brazil, and it was ahead against the mages of UAE. So don't change what's not broken.
Might as well not. Valentina just too clutch also as a mid lane option. Really makes the other team, you know, kind of decide, like, really, what do we want to give up, you know? And we've actually seen Valentina's even take Appraiser's Wrath from Fredrin's, and it actually works out. So now that you have that, you know, if you're able to get it into a combination with a penalty zone, then great. But still,
I'm seeing one thing.
Yeah.
Kadita is open.
Finally.
Kadita is open. Okay, they went for a tank since there's a Charizla. Okay. They're around. Okay, they went for the tank option first, and on the Novaria, Vision and Hold.
I just don't like UAE them. I don't think they wanted to take the Kadita just because of the fact that either A, they're not confident in using it, right? For the most part, because of Kadita, the way that she works is once you use your combination, once it's gone, you know, you kind of just down and out for a while till it's back up, right? This is actually safer for them and more of, I feel like, just probably comfort, because not only do you have that Fredrin, which is just an all-around, you know, for the most part, hero, but now that you paired it up with a Kufra, it allows you to, once again, like I said with Novaria, you get vision. But what do you do with the vision, man? Like, you have to be able to follow up with it, and having a Kufra alone that can surprise the enemy team coming from different angles with the vision that you got is great, right? But still, you want to be able to follow up on it with a great gold lane option. You're going to see bans focusing on that, right? Because also with Brazil, they don't have a gold lane yet. And you can see the Irithil being taken out. We just saw MVP performance from that, so good solid choice. We'll see if they actually use their last ban towards that gold lane as well for Brazil.
We talk about a good option. Beatrix is better for either these two teams can take. They have the Valentina, they have the Fredrin. Also, it's a good pair. You've mentioned about, well, great meta for Fredrin and Kufra, but if you want to have a good pair with it, with the Marksman, well, this sets up a way of, they're pushing either UAE to take the Beatrix, or just let it go.
Claude's still open as well. They could go that route. We'll see if this last ban is, again, focus on the gold lane options. We see this. We see this trend just happening, right? Focus on these gold laners. Let them either farm up or just kind of babysit them for a little bit, and then they eventually end up carrying their weight, right, later on. But I like this. I like that at least both teams are matched in terms of like what their game plan for the jungle is, right? They're technically two tanky utility junglers who basically serve the same purpose. You're also complemented very well with heroes that can also set things up so you're not the one to do it. That last ban is the gold lane for that Brody, so they take out the Brody here.
You know what's a good pair for an EXP here with a Fred? It's the first time that we're seeing Joy open for this draft. And UAE doesn't have an EXP yet, so that could be an option as well. Backline penetration for the Claude, also the Terizla. Okay, onto the Marksman, Leslie.
Leslie works.
Seems with a Claude's distance with the BMI and just go bobs and weaves using the skill to spam everybody out of the lane. Well, it's fair, but also aids with vision though.
I was gonna say, this is Vision City, man. Like UAE has Vision
City
all over the place, based just with those two alone, right? Leslie, they can utilize that. Not only that, but obviously with the Novaria too. So I don't know, man. If they're not finding the setups that they need with the Kufra, you know it's bad news with that, right? So they also cap it out with, once again, Xborg coming to play. Now, when we saw him earlier today, it didn't work out very well. So we'll see if this draft, at least this team composition, can capitalize on what Xborg brings to the table, right? And obviously, like the true damage, paired even with the true damage from Leslie, is amazing. Yeah. That is a lot to deal with. Even if you try to build defensively, if you're dealing with true damage, you know, that makes it a little bit harder.
Okay, you need the tank option, and yeah, you have the
Luna Classic.
A classic from yesterday, and this time around, we're looking for a different shift on how will they utilize this composition. But on the other hand, UAE has more flavors to show here for their own composition. You have vision, you have damage. Well, Leslie on the previous match has a great amount of poke. Maybe mid-game, you have more damage to utilize with your basic attacks. So with this, yesterday it was a struggle for the Lolita for Luna. Let's see how he bounces back for this one, for the game of the lower bracket. It's game number 2. Let's see how they go.
Again, I think, you know, you have to have enough reset here for UAE after a mentally long game, you know, just in general, 27.5 minutes from game 1. And this plan that they're approaching this game 2 with does look better, right? At least on paper. We'll see if they can execute it, though.
It's game number 2. Who is going to move forward, or somebody would actually push for a game number 3? We're going for the pause, and just by speculating onto the emblems right on our screens, I see 2 quantum charges, stable emblems that we can actually see for those 2 heroes right in Brazil and UAE. Probably it's that amplified start of the holiday of your own lane. Because if you don't have the quantum charge with you, utilize the basic attacks, you have regen back at you to sustain your lane. It's something that you can't just keep doing over and over again without being visited or even ganked.
I'd like to see this, right? You see the smiles from UAE and the members there. And it's, you know, even, like I said, Jed, we had the opportunity to talk to some of these guys in person while we've been, you know, here visiting and even before. And you know that they've been working and preparing for this moment, and now that it's come down to this, they're at a match point, right? They have to bring this to a game 3 here.
2 members as well being present on the orange. We look at the Claude and the Martis. We have 2 roams onto the river. Having and gaining control over the possible way to cross the early game visit. So yeah, we're coming in for a pause, and we will be waiting for the possible defense or even approach early game, because the previous match, UAE was just focused on taking on objectives, looking for someone to isolate out of the map early game, trying to have a shutdown. But maybe this time around, with the more utility they have, having the Fredrin, maybe this could set things up differently.
And as they get situated here, while they figure things out, again, you can only contemplate so much based on the drafts we've seen until it's finally, you know, in action. Right now, we're very early on as we jump back in. 30 seconds in, both junglers looking to have an easy time, I would say, for this start. Based on the lineups, you don't expect too much action early on, at least from the jungle perspective, right? This is also just going to come down, once again, how is the vision utilized here for UAE? Can they get that momentum going, right? And it usually starts around here too. A lot of early action just for this. Jed going to take a couple shots, going to get blocked, has to flicker out. Able to hold on with his life though, but expending the flicker.
4 members poked onto Jed, and the Firaga armor was gone.
Yeah.
Forced out a flicker, went to the turret for safety, and you were talking about vision, how will it actually work for UAE? Well, it takes a bit of time to amplify this Novaria and also the Leslie. What can 7M Dan do is probably get vision for his teammates and have the great tools to actually have an exchange with the foe. Because if they have so much vision right now, the damage needs to pair with their attack. If that thing is missing, that department is completely missing, it's a struggle for them to actually compensate the defense of Brazil.
Okay, looking for a play here on the top side. They're ready to get the flicker around. Upa's in trouble under the turret. He goes safely away. Travis taking a couple shots too. Has to get back though. They got to reset. Turtle's coming up here in a couple seconds. You can see already Bazizio being in place. They have to go ahead and get ready here as we take another quick break. Now with this, right, you're seeing the action here early on, 2 minutes in. No one goes down yet though, but they are able to get some of these early, I would say, battle spells out. Now, how does that correlate to what's gonna happen with that first objective fight? That's where it really falls into place.
You know what? The battle spells, yes. It's a big factor now, since early game has an advantage for Brazil. And if that resources deplete quickly from minute 1 to 2, it's something that they can use up against UAE. So with that, they need to have more discipline. They need to have a different approach to hold those resources in the right moment, especially in taking the first objective. Again, we can only speculate so much. We see 3 flickers from Brazil, same as UAE, and one thing also is changing is how will they execute their CCs. Good amount of CC here though for Brazil, for UAE as well. You have the Kufra, you have the Martis as well that can actually be a catch with the Ashara, and also with that Lolita though, the Numenon Blast as well, game changer for Leslie. So they need to protect their back line moving on if you are UAE.
Okay, jumping back into it, Turtle now up. This looks very similar to what we saw at least Bazizio do in the previous game, but this time 7M Dan here. Drago as well. First blood though on Jed. Off camera, now the fight for the Turtle gonna go through. Bazizio able to get it with the retribution. Now Travis in trouble. The focus comes through. Nova Blast with the flicker. Will not find the target. They're happy with the 2 kills, plus the objective here for Brazil. And they're also looking to take this buff away. Jed now waiting for that level 4, not just yet on that export.
Clearly a win on the first 2 minutes for Brazil. Got the objective, got the kill. Super Syndra has the point, and as well as Buzizio. But just items being built upon now early game, probably building up something to poke out of the composition of Brazil, since they have more ways to actually have a chance of penetrating the back line. That is the Novaria that we're talking about. Mana and magic penetration now with the boots present in Valentina actually gives extra way for movement speed and also damage. With this, focus on the top line. Look at the jump from 7M Dan.
Okay, still not going to be able to convert that just yet. Damage for Buez, going to take a little bit of time here, right? But this is what you're kind of expecting to see UAE go for. They have to be decisive. They have to make plays. Upa. Once again, Travis trying to cut them off. 7M Dan, he goes back with the BMI, takes a couple shots from Buez, lines up the shots, couple shots away, and he finally falls here right in front of the turret. happy with a kill now, finally going to the hands of Buez. But here is
no mana.
Bazizio looking for the decimate. Can he get it off? He can't. Gets taken back and has to retreat.
Okay, there goes the back and forth, but there's an exchange onto the skill. Drago was low on mana, so the Impure Rage and even his skill set was on cooldown. Having that exchange with the pokes coming in from Syndra, even from Bazizio, might as well retreat back in the turret. Since the outer turret energy shield is still present, you have extra defense for that, just in case, if all else fails, if you get ganked. So it's a good way of utilizing of being cautious because Buez right now is on level 6, rocking the Quantum Charge against Upa TZ. Well, Brave Smite rather was used now by Claude. A lot of ways to utilize AoE, HP-based damage, so now second turtle is up. Who gets it?
Getting in position here, Bazizio waiting for the rest of the team, making their way. Black as well. Might look for his own initiation. Goes in with a flicker, penalty zone, able to find Travis. Bazizio getting that turtle. Last Insanity gonna be used, but they're on the retreat to the turret. Nobody falling just yet. Numenum Blast coming out from Luna, able to find 2 as 2 members for UAE fall. And a Decimate comes through to clean up. 3 down for UAE.
They're not letting anyone go back home. 2 members fall down, going back on their replay. By just as this objective being taken, they were trying to spam Super Syndra, but the ultimate of the Valentina has the X-Borgs. Right now, Jed is just forced to retreat back, and one of the things that they do here, they didn't see Luna coming with a 2-man Numenon Blast setup right onto their defense, and Bazizio just going mad into pursuit, not letting one member go back to the base without just having a chance to go back.
Brazil once again finding these leads that they need wherever they can. Not only that, but objectively, exactly how they did the previous game. So there has to be some type of response here from UAE in terms of these objectives take. They can't continue to let them go. Already 2 turrets down as well. So they are working with their backs against the wall, just like they were the previous game. Bazizio, this time though, he's having a much more proactive game, right? When we saw him with the Fredrin previously, he was just farming up. He didn't really have to do much, but now he's putting in work on this. Travis trying to make a play again. This could be a little too risky. Gonna find Bazizio there once again. Decimate gonna come through. Mega kill already. He is massive. The rest of the team can go through. Luna now gets the stun. Gonna charge up. Will not find the connection though. Meanwhile, there's some rotation here from mid into the top lane. Jed has to use the defensive Insanity. Flickers out as well. And it's just time after time, it looks like Brazil's just controlling this entire game.
Yeah, the EXP lane right now is not looking good for UAE. All about forcing or depleting out the Firaga armor onto the X-Borg. You can't hold your lane with continuous pokes and even visits from Brazil. Now, with the threat being present from Bazizio, it's 4-0-1. Having the killing spree as his emblem, a lot of ways are being utilized by this passive. You have extra damage, you have extra movement speed per kill. So looking at this point, it's just all in team fight. There's just so much follow-up. And looking at the items here, we have the Antikyras, we have extra damage depletion, or even the damage from UAE right now could actually be countered with the physical attack reduction, because we're just looking at Leslie that has the Berserker's Fury. Yes, you have the crit chance, you have the critical attack that actually be used, and also the Bloodless Axe, but the presence of the Antikyras present right now for Martis, he can go tankier, he could go in deep, just even catch one for the back line of UAE.
As we take another break here to figure out exactly how this is going to settle in, right? It looks like, yes, Brazil is in control. They're still dealing with some things as well. But right now, UAE, man, the biggest thing that they have to do is just find some form of win across the map. The biggest problem is just everywhere that they're going, Brazil is able to find wins, you know. And what kind of response do you have if you're UAE? I think at this point, all you need is, actually what you need is a lot of time, man. You need time to farm up. You need time to get more than just a Berserker's Fury on Buez.
Yeah. You have Sea Leg Plates present for the Kufra, and for that's for 7MDN, and we have Enchanted Talisman present for the Novaria. Yes, you have the basic startup items for the Mage and the Tank, and as well as for X-Borg's Bloodless Axe. But the problem is he fall down twice, 2 deaths for this X-Borg, and he was peeled a lot of times. in the EXP lane, and they took out a turret from minute 1 to 3. So they are forcing out more of the members of UAE just to be onto the defense and look for crumbs to follow to get more of the objectives.
And as we see them kind of sort things out here, that's the thing, right? Like objectively, it's really just at this point for UAE, you know, you find what you can, man. Like if that's just a turret,
Take it.
take it. You know, you got to find something to work around the map with, because if you just continuously respond to what Brazil is thrown at you, and honestly, that's what we said during the draft, right? Like for the most part, Brazil will have those opportunities to find the initiations, and I always feel like that's one of the great things about having a Terizla alone. Like Terizla alone, anytime that flicker is available and the ultimate's available, you can bet on him forcing something, some type of situation, right?
Yeah.
And for the most part, it's again, it's working out for them. They don't really have an answer for it if you're UAE. So if that just means, again, getting some of these tier 1 turrets down for space to work around with. But I don't think you can, at this point of the game, and especially with the lead that there is, you really can't leave even Buez alone, right? Somehow he has to farm up past that first item. Like he needs at least the 3, and especially the BOD. Like he's far from it. So
Yeah. Yeah, I get it. The damage right now needs to show for UAE. Leslie, on the other hand, they could have enough vision. Yes, probably now is not a good time to attack, not a good time to be in skirmishes, but just to wait on the right moment to get the right items to deflect some damage back against Brazil. Because if vision is concerned, they could use it passively. With the ultimate snipe, you get an amount of vision outside Brazil where they're coming from, but that could just mean an extra help for you to just to feel secure in your own lane. So if that is concerned, you need to have more safety now to cross more of the mid to the later stages of the game.
You know what's tough too is the fact that, again, this is now the second time X-Borg just hasn't really worked out here in the playoffs, right?
Yeah.
We've seen it work in especially even in group stages, but for the most part, it's lacking. You know, he has the, I believe it is the Bloodlust Axe that is all that he has, right? So he has that, but still, really, like, how do you, and you kind of take it too. I mean, we actually have seen X-Borg placed in the jungle before. You know, in other tournaments and whatnot. And I feel like it actually works really well there, but you know, with this time, and like we saw previously today, X-Borg is just kind of not it. And I feel like part of that too is just the fact that, yeah, you have Last Insanity, you have, you know, the form of the true damage and everything, but realistically, you get whittled down so quickly, like by the poke potential from most of these lineups. You know, that you're not really able to shine the way that you want to, or you know, utilize the Last Insanity the way you want to. So it gets increasingly harder here when you're already sitting at 0-2, you know, at this point in the game. Also, your jungler 0-3 here. And Travis has actually tried to make plays. Like, he's been looking for those moments himself, looking for those sandwich plays, but there's always just a response. And that's why progressively as that early game finished up into the mid-game, it gets tough for UAE. And I think at this point, all you can really say is, how do they buy time? You know, how do they buy the next, 10 minutes maybe?
That's the problem. How do they cross the bridge? And if you're talking about the X-Borg being peeled over and over again, once your frog armor is gone, no matter how you save your ultimate for the right moment, if you get peeled down so quickly, it's useless. So with that being said, they need more damage to compensate with the defense that they need to have right now. So a lot of things could be on the table, but as we wait on how this game to unfold, execution will just matter for this one.
Yep. And as we wait for them to settle this in, again, you know, and we haven't even seen how this kind of unfolds in terms of the Lord takes, but we're in a similar fashion here, OSX, where a lot of even the turtles, right, just went in the hands of Brazil. And you're hoping in a way, and I feel like, I don't know if this was the game plan, but for a while you saw some contests going on, especially with UAE trying to fight, at least for space around the turtles, maybe contest it a little bit. But then it just seemed like they were like, nah, you know, we'll just give up on the turtles. Like, let's just try to get a kill somewhere.
They're just trading it.
Because I think you're at that point now, you know, where in your game plan it's like, well, we can't actually hold our own in these turtle or you know, eventually these Lord fights. So we
Yeah.
got to find these pickoffs where we can to allow the people that need the gold, especially like we've been saying, Buez, right? It's great that he's got that kill, but if he can grab, we've seen this too. We actually saw this yesterday where Leslie was down and out, like 0-2 or 0-3 at one point, and then all of a sudden you grab just let's say 2 kills. You're able to secure yourself 2 or 3 kills. You start building the items that you need. It really does turn the tide of a game, at least in his damage department, right? And I feel like that's where we are, and that's why I say, how do you buy yourself a good amount of time, like minutes-wise, 5 minutes minimum, you know, to be at that point where like, okay, if we actually get into a skirmish, we can at least do something, because right now it's just not there, man. Like the tools that they have are just not online.
Not
right?
enough.
They got vision, which is great. We already talked about this in the draft between the Novari and the Leslie, but really, ultimately, even with vision, like, what do you do with it?
Yeah. How do you even expand or utilize more of your members right onto team fights? Yeah, I get you. He had a kill. He had a 1 point out of the quad. So if distance-wise, he has more coverage with a snipe and with her ultimate. So being in a concealed state, he actually can take everybody by surprise. A lot of things can actually go their own way. They can actually make some traps here. If they don't have enough damage, might as well go on full 5-man gank, right? Because early game right now, it's not really the right time for the composition to actually work or even start. So yeah, speculating on the positioning or even the possibility here, a lot of things can actually go either their own way or a different way.
Well, looks like they're almost just about ready here. Again, you know, we'll have to see how it kind of unfolds. We're seeing the thumbs up. And like I said, Brazil is in control of this game. If you guys are just joining us on the streams and everything, Brazil quite dominant for this game number 2. You can see it here. Black went down there. So they did get a kill. It did go in the hands of Buez, right? Picks up the endless battle too. So after everything we were talking about, they're able to actually get that. At least a kill in the hands of Buez, so that's crucial here. But you can see, right, the plays are still looking to be made from Brazil. Last Insanity going to be used, trying to hold on to this turret here. Will go down. Now Travis going to go in, swoops in, gets the taunt, but not enough follow-up just yet. They don't have the damage available. He's going to get whittled down a little bit, waiting for Drago to pop off some pokes here. With the Astral Recall, Upa goes in, popping Jed down, a couple hits away. Next one on the target. Drago going to be able to get away though. Upa takes a shot with the Astral Recall, and we're here.
Back into the pause and looking by that takedown. Jed falls down as well as Buez. We were talking, this window is not yet, the items that they need is not yet available to be utilized. And for that, there were 2 members up top trying to hold on to where the Valentina or Super Senior is coming. So with this, they're all over the map to hold their defense or even to the push. But 3 members right down bottom of Brazil were present and ready to take down members of UAE.
Okay, as we get things, they got it quickly sorted out here. Once again, it looks like Travis is in trouble. As we get back into this, he is going to be able to escape though. 2 members of UAE did fall. So that lead continues to build now. 5,000 still in favor of Brazil. 30 seconds for that first Lord to come up here.
Okay, we have Twilight Armor present for the Lolita in team fights, and set up what he can do. He has more ways to actually deflect a lot of damage from UAE right now. So being confident of making that step, he has the combo that he actually used with the Flicker and the Numenon Blast. It's actually the surprise that he wants to do against UAE, because right now they will be put to a defensive state. So with this, they have all eyes on the turrets that they can take and objectives that they can actually use for themselves. So Lord is up right now. It's 9 minutes in, 8 points to Brazil. Now just clearing up waves, and UAE is just looking for an avenue to just clear their own path and have the objectives on their side and not being contested. The Lord is up and ready, but now spotting over into the positioning. 7M Dan is here as well. That's the vision check from Drago using the Astral Recall. Black is now seen from the map. Yep, Syndra as well. And looking at this opportunity, Buzizio is just trying to ring the bell right on the Lord pit, waiting for somebody to actually make the step here while just taking this objective.
They're also just parking Upa up there, so he's going to focus on that push in that lane. Meanwhile, UAE full force here, forcing it back. Buzizio to reset the Lord. they were happy getting that turret, so they got it down. Upa's going to make his way now towards this side of the map. They're going to kind of give the green signal on this Lord. And you can see UAE also split up now. They've got to manage that wave to push in. They'll make their way back as well. Leading into the fight, it looks like the focus already, though. Going to push them back slightly. Travis was in trouble. Some of them, Dan, jumping in as well. Still, Lord going to go ahead and be focused on by Brazil. 1/4 here. Upa now to help finish it up. And it looks like just positioning-wise, UAE can't handle it. Brazil secures that first Lord of the game.
Melted down quickly. Busizio, Super Syndra, and just Black having the coverage. Not even, well, being up in front, but just looking at the items, too on TQRS, wow, present. Completely deflecting the damage out of UAE. You have the Enchanted Talisman present as well, and Clog of Destiny for the Valentina. Claude, we felt some peel there with the damage. Corrosion Scythe, DHS, and as well as the Golden Zap. Amplified basic attack damage. You have more attacks, you have more movement speed, complementing the sprint, and as well as the passive of the Claude. Having your Ardent in team fights gets you additional stacks of damage. Bouncing Ball being used by 7M Dan. Wow, Brazil's getting more coverage on the map right now with the Lord pushing up top.
Present situation, Black gonna jump in, finds one with the penalty zone. Jed though, last insanity, quickly gone here. They lose that tier 2. Lord still has to be worked on. So, a little scrappy there. No one ultimately going down. Couple key ultimates and battle spells are also expended. So now they find themselves once again here on the defense. UAE has to deal with this. Travis gonna get poked down, he's in trouble. The Decimate is held on for a little bit longer, but able to get it. The jump comes through, nice rage setup. Busizio will fall, but Upa goes in with a blazing duet. They find another kill. Jed falls on top of it. 3 down here for UAE. Brazil looking to cap out the game. They've got the minion and multiple members, and it looks like that's it. They sweep the series against UAE.
Brazil standing tall, being thrown down in the lower bracket, finally getting a glimpse, a chance of recovery. The aura of retribution is getting closer for this team to bounce back in this playoffs. Eliminating UAE, removing it out of the contention, heading towards the days of the playoffs.
That took some work there, right? It felt like it took some work, especially for Brazil. Even with that performance in the second game, you know, I know we had some time there to gather their thoughts, and UAE really trying to find moments themselves. But it's just, it wasn't enough time, OSX, you know, for the most part. Like, Buez was at a point where he was almost to the BOD. Like, he had the Berserker's Fury, he had the Endless Battle. He actually had just one more item to complete, like one more partial item to complete that BOD. And unfortunately, it just wasn't enough time. Like, and I think Brazil knew exactly, right? If what we saw in game 1, where it was dragged to that 27.5-minute mark, there could have been a very well a situation, a real situation where they kind of started to crawl back for UAE. And I think they were noticing that, so they had to end this one early. And of course, you know, just continue on to that lower bracket next stage. They send UAE packing.
GGWB right now for UAE. Now let's check up on the UAE on who is the MVP for Brazil. Look at that, it's Super Syndra. Yes, it's the Valentina, bro. 3-0-5 with a kill participation of 67%. How he dashed through and get all those ultimates securely for his team, having the Enchanted Talisman, having the Clock of Destiny, even just a Lightning Truncheon was the complete toolkit for this Valentina to work with. You have more ways of stealing ultimates out of your team, and this time around with the Flicker, gives a lot of safety and gives you so much aggressive and confident moves that you can give against UAE. So now, props to the MVP there. Super Syndra on the Valentina, amazing work. And it's just Brazil slowly but surely proceeding on the next stage in the lower bracket.
Kind of, you know, before the series even started, I was hoping to see a little more decisiveness from UAE because what we saw from them yesterday, that's what they lacked, right? They lacked some of that decision-making and it just seems like sometimes they hold back a little bit too much, right? Like
Yeah.
there is a certain type of risk you have to take, right? In some of these matches where you have to be the ones initiating, because if you're constantly just responding, reacting to what the enemy team is doing, you know, and I feel like there was times where like Travis was trying to do that, especially with the sandwich plays, but again, it takes a certain type of a synergy from the team to pull that off, especially when you're talking about early on under tier 1 turrets where you have to like jungle the turret hits, you have to juggle this and that, you have to be able to pull that off, right? Unfortunately, UAE was not able to do that, and Brazil, improvements from yesterday, right? Like if you look back at yesterday's game, you know, and I feel like we saw a better Brazil today.
Yeah.
Hopefully, again, they can, you know, relax a little bit and then move on to their next game. Yeah, because they will have another one ahead of them, of course, in the lower bracket as they try to get their way to the grand final. They could pull it off, but once again, there was obvious mistakes that Brazil made as well. You know, in that game 1, there's a reason why we went to 27 minutes, right? So
a long game for the playoffs,
Yeah.
yeah. Right now, it's UAE. Now let's throw it over to Fallout right on stage with the winning team right on cue.
Thank you so much, casters. And that's right, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Brazil, your champions in the lower bracket. Round 1 matchup, at least, against a very tough UAE squad. And speaking of which, a couple close games. You came home 2-0 with a win. Talk to me about your opponents, though, UAE, and how they played, how the match went.
Well, first match was a very close one. They have very poor heroes, nobody, and even so it was a very difficult game. So, but we had a lot of games